Seated, everybody. This is case number 2018 CA 5321, Jack Kowalski, etc. et al. Versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Starting with the plaintiffs, let's take appearances. Ms. Lawrence.
Smith Lawrence, Greg Anderson, and Nick Whitney, the plaintiffs.
Howard Hunter, Your Honor, with Ethan Shapiro, Pat Crowell, and David Hughes for the
My understanding is it's bumper cars again out on the roads, and there's several accidents, so a couple of our jurors are caught up in it. I'm still hopeful that they'll be here by 9, but it's possible that we might have to wait for them a little bit.
Get through all the exhibits.
Let's go for it.
Yes, before we do exhibits, the defense team, we met last night. The defense, and I'm sure the rest of the trial, does not want to not be able to do closings next Monday, given everything. So we have trimmed our sails, so to speak. We anticipate, barring unusual circumstances that might occur today, that we will only have 2 live witnesses tomorrow, 2 nurses. They should be done. Seriously, they should be done by mid-morning, but given how things roll here, maybe by lunch. So we anticipate the plaintiff could do the rebuttal tomorrow afternoon, and we can proceed with closings on Monday.
You know that works for me.
Well, I don't know why it wouldn't work for the plaintiff as well, Judge. I mean, we seriously have real concerns, given the schedule that's available next week, that if we don't do closings on Monday, that we're going to be looking into another week, and we think everybody wants to have closure for this case, and we think that that's doable.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly don't want the defense to feel like they can't present their case if they feel like they have a witness they want and or need.
No, Judge, we appreciate that. We understand the court will allow us to put on whatever testimony we think we need to put on, but we have.
cost benefit. Cost benefit. You know.
Yeah, we did the analysis, and we believe it's we think it's almost essential that the closings get done on Monday.
So we basically need to get in all exhibits in.
We're down to our last list, Judge.
Plaintiffs, you're going to be in a position to do your rebuttal starting mid-morning to early afternoon on Wednesday.
We're doing depots this by video this afternoon. Am I understanding a number of them?
I'm trying.
Yeah, as long as we need a couple of responses back. We have 2 live witnesses today, Judge. I'm sorry.
Dr. Alexander.
Dr. Alexander this morning. Dr. Dolan is after lunch. We don't anticipate either of them being extremely lengthy. Again,
We should have done published depots.
we should be able to publish deps this morning, and then the rest of the afternoon would be deps. We don't have that many depositions left. We have 2.
I just ruled on Padron this morning.
Which is very short. You could tell. I mean, that's probably 10 minutes, maybe. And then we have O'Leary Johnson, which is 30-some minutes.
Yeah, 33 minutes.
And we have Dr. Wyndham.
So my assistant will be circulating the Padron rulings. Are there any other deposition designations I'm going to have to rule on?
Well, we have designated last night some deposition designations from the plaintiff staff. I can't imagine that there's going to be any objections to those. We're waiting for their response to that. And if they can get back to us at lunch, we can have those clips ready as well for this afternoon. But again, 15 minutes most for those. So I think we're in good shape, Judge. The 2 witnesses tomorrow, again, will be here first thing.
So plaintiffs, you need to be ready to go with your rebuttal case tomorrow.
You won't see much of me this afternoon, Judge, but yeah, I'll get it together. All right.
And we need to know who the rebuttal is going to be, Judge, as soon as possible.
Well, I can tell you that Maya Kowalski will testify. Probably Jack Kowalski, Dr. Richards, Dr. Corcoran, and we may have a brief excerpt from the deposition of Kathy Beatty. And I think that's about it right now. Anybody else from Newberger? Oh, if we can get him Dr. Newberger, and we're gonna have to just keep calling and find out. We have not been able to get his status in the past 48 hours, but we'll keep trying, and if he can appear by Zoom, we'd like to bring him in too.
Well, I just want to make sure we are not trying the Chapter 39 case, right?
Absolutely.
Judge, we have concerns given the list they've given that it's going to be true rebuttal and not a retrial of their case.
I hear you, I agree, and they're also, that 2.5 hour limit is a hard and fast,
Oh, yeah.
and we're not just calling people to call them to say the same thing over and over again.
No.
Well, Judge,
They're all
they already
responsive
said
to-
that. I mean, you're hearing the defense's concern that they just want to have the last word and therefore going to call it rebuttal when it's just to come up and say things they already testified to.
I hear you, I've said what I can say now, I can't make a ruling until I actually have a. Now, as far as directed verdict motions, let's time shift those.
Okay.
So when the defense finishes its case, I want to immediately go into the rebuttal, and we will shift any sort of plaintiff's directed verdict motions to later. And then when we complete the plaintiffs, my goal is, let's say we finish on Wednesday afternoon, we will then time shift until after we send the jury home, and then do any DV motions, and then we'll get back into jury instructions Wednesday afternoon.
Understood.
Understood.
Mr. Hunter,
I was just wondering, court was gonna have any proceedings on Thursday morning?
we're going to do jury instructions Thursday morning. And, we're going to start at 8:15 on jury instructions. I would absolutely love to be out of here by 10:30 because I really need to be someplace else, but this will take priority, and I'll stay until we finish what we need to finish. But hopefully we can finish jury instruction by mid-morning on Thursday, which will give everybody 3.5 days for closing arguments. Let's not leave today without talking about rules for closing arguments.
Yes, it's almost like I want to write it out and submit it to the court to get a free ruling. It's going to be tough, Judge, but we'll do our best.
We're going to talk about the ground rules, because I know you're going to have this weekend to work on them.
Because there's punitive damages too, so.
We're going to talk about it before we leave today.
I have a motion related to our rebuttal. I'd like the court to reconsider the Williams ruling for Elena Kushner in light of Sally Smith's testimony that she never wears a lab coat. Elena Kushner and her husband are in a NECA action, and there is a companion state court action in which the defense is actually defending it. Right now it's up on appeal to the First District Court of Appeals. But the point is, they know the Kushners. And Elena Kushner, her testimony would simply be, I came in, and it will be very, very similar to, identical to the situation with the Kowalskis. And Kathy Beatty came in a white lab coat and asked a number of questions before anybody identified her. Nobody came in from the hospital to identify her. Nobody told them anything about it, and Sally Smith didn't tell anything about it, which corroborates our evidence and refutes Sally Smith's testimony. I don't think it could have come in until Sally Smith said, I never wear a lab coat in these circumstances. But because she did say that, then it becomes relevant and material to rebut that statement. And between the issue between who remembers what, it would be probative. So obviously she's only a 5 to 10 minute witness, but we would like the court to consider that.
Judge, I don't think there's anything that happened here at court that would cause the court to revisit his ruling.
Let me think about that a little bit more. What's next?
Our concern, Judge, with the next witness is that, again, I know the court doesn't like these things blow up at the last minute, but neither do I know what they're going to have Dr. Alexander testified to, and the basis for this is his report is pretty specific about Chapter 39 things. His affidavit is very specific about Chapter 39 things. And in his deposition, after we asked not many questions, I mean, the question was, and Doctor, in the discussion we have had about your anticipated testimony and what you'll be asked to testify about in front of a jury, you have no issues of what we talked about and what's been disclosed, right? And he went on. Now, that is a summation of about 4 pages of me asking, are there any other opinions beyond those expressed within your report?
I don't understand what you're asking me. Is he opining that Beata had Munchausen by proxy?
Well, yeah, in this part he does. In the report, he concurs with that, and I don't think that's.
I think from the discussion yesterday, the defense wasn't going there.
Well, may we inquire of the defense as to exactly what issues
Didn't we
Dr.
have
Randall's
this
going to talk
discussion
about? Alexander, excuse me.
Mr. Anderson, didn't we have this discussion yesterday?
I don't recall it, Judge, if we did. The specifics of the issues?
Well, maybe you had left and it was Mr. Whitney was flying the plane for the plaintiffs.
Could be. I mean, I just need some confirmation then. If you want me to ask Nick, I will, but if they can tell me, it'd be even faster.
I do have a sense of deja vu. The testimony is going to center on Sally Smith's conduct and the propriety of that conduct within the parameters of her medical directorate of the CPT. We're not going in. I may make a proffer regarding Munchausen's. He was recruited as a Munchausen's expert way back when, and that was indeed the focus of the testimony that he was expected to give when he was initially recruited. I'm not going there. I'm strictly going to talk about the propriety of Sally Smith's conduct. That's it.
There we go.
Yeah, and my concern, and I wish I had been here, I apologize for not being there, I was preparing for this eventuality. But nothing in his...
All the jurors are here, so just to let you know. All the jurors are now here. So.
We need to get to exhibit.
I know. So here's my... We had a discussion about this yesterday. I was satisfied with the discussion. I trust in your ability to stand up and not object or ask to approach the bench. And I think at that point, we are where we're at. Let's deal with exhibit. Is there anything else before we go to
No,
exhibit?
I was just going to observe that there's a couple of tightrope points that may have me coming forward.
That's fine.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, counsel, before asking.
Let's go to exhibits, please.
Judge, you should have a current list. I believe this,
It's only 2 pages.
and I believe it concludes our exhibits, Judge. The first one is for proffer only. We understand the court has ruled that that's not admissible. It's the policy that we wanted to get in. The court denied us being able to.
What number are we talking about?
I'm sorry, 3019, 1 to 14. It should be the first one on your list.
3019, pages 1 through 14.
Yes, we want that marked as proffer it.
The court will mark, but but will not admit 3019-1 through 14.
3023, 1 to 56 is the Arnold Palmer Hospital that need to be redacted. I'm going to hand to Mr. Whitney. What I've done is tab and highlight what we would redact, and then if he could just let us know by lunch if they're satisfied with those redactions, then we will seek to admit that after lunch.
What's next?
3035, 1 to 26, it's Nemours Children's Hospital records regarding the transfer.
This was 2016, or was this what was
2016, sorry, it's
when in 2016?
October, and I think it also includes in November, the type of the transfer to Nemours.
And this is the transfer that never happened.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And are there documents or statements in there that we previously addressed to which we've had some lengthy hearings on?
I don't think so, Judge. If you like, we'll take a closer look at those, but I don't believe there's anything in there. I don't know if the plaintiff has reviewed it.
Is that something that you need this morning, or can I
Well,
look
we can
at?
skip that.
Yeah.
Okay, 3054 Venice High School records, we redacted page 11, which was the page that had all of the,
The RN comment?
yeah, let's, Clay, can you bring up 3054, page 11? There it is.
And we've removed any sort of social security or telephone number?
I think we had already done that, Judge.
But last time we discussed this, we just weren't certain whether or not the rest of the pages, the remaining 15 pages.
No, the rest of the pages are grades, but
Okay.
feel free to review.
Well, if that's the case, no objection.
And we have looked to make sure there's no social security number and,
We will double check, but I'm pretty confident.
okay, so ultimately that's gonna come in, but let's just wait for the confirmation.
3085.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. So 3085 is the entire EEG video. So we're not going to play it, but it is all of the EEG clips from when she was in the birth.
So it's a 2-day,
It's on a, what do you call them? I call them pen drives, but whatever.
probably a real thick one. Is there 2?
Yeah, that's for your honor. They were previously admitted to my records on that.
No, we previously admitted little clips, but
Right.
she's talking about 48 hours.
Oh, okay.
This is the 48 hours.
Any objection to 3085?
No, yeah.
And so the court will receive 3085. Does the clerk have that external drive, or is that something that's coming?
It was the original one that was provided to the clerks.
Okay, so the clerk already has 3085. Court receives 3085.
3101, the video of Maya ice skating in January of 2019. It's about 20 seconds long.
Let's roll tape.
We didn't slow-mo it, just how it was how it was produced to us by the plaintiffs.
No objection.
Court receives 3101 into evidence.
3192. It's an email from Deanna Kowalski to Dr. Kirkpatrick on November 6, 2016.
May I see it, please?
The importance of this, Judge, is that she is advising Dr. Kirkpatrick that Maya's relapse started in September, with it progressively increasing and declining slowly over the next 30 days, which is right before the admission to All Children's Hospital.
And I see we've got Deborah Salisbury's name on it.
Oh, I thought we deleted that. We'll remove Deborah Salisbury.
Plaintiffs, what say you?
There's an attachment that's missing.
We just want the,
Well,
We're
can you
putting
pull it
in
back
the-
up?
yeah. I don't know what that, forwarded in a letter of Dr. Hannon. That was the subject matter, Judge. If they want to put it in the letter, we just simply want the admission that's contained in this email regarding Maya's condition before she entered hospital.
We'd like to see the letter to sign on completeness. Then, as far as this email, if it's completed with the attachment, no objection to this email.
Judge, I don't think we're required to put in the attachment.
Well, can we see the attachment, please?
I don't know that I even have the attachment, Judge.
Should be the next number.
I don't don't think it is. We'll look, 3192-0002, but I don't believe we have the attachment. Maybe we do.
Yeah, we just have what they produced us.
Yeah, this was produced to us by the plaintiff, so if they have it.
And we have a completeness objection.
Judge, it's just for the statement contained regarding the plaintiff's, Mrs. Kowalski's statement regarding Maya's condition. There's no reference to the attachment in the substance of the statement.
I'm going to go ahead and admit 3192 if the plaintiffs, because I agree with Ms. Croyles, this is a document that originated from the plaintiff. If you have the letter and you want to put it in, then I'm certainly probably going to do it as part of this is the complete.
Understand.
For now, I'll let in 3192, page 1.
32001 to 3. We have the original and then we have a redacted version. We want to put in the redacted. So this is the redacted. It's an email from Beata Kowalski to Dr. Kirkpatrick and his response. So here, her email continues on the second page. And then Dr. Kirkpatrick's response regarding Dr. Chopra. And if the court wants to see the original, we can put that up.
Plaintiffs.
This Dr. Chopra evaluation was done in the context of Chapter 39. So this is getting into the family's motion to the court to have Maya Kowalski evaluated by Dr. Chopra. We'd also like to see the unredacted version.
Sure. Be happy to show you the unredacted version.
But we think as it is, it's a Chapter 39 issue.
But, except Dr. Chopra testified here.
As a retained expert, not in his role in Chapter 39.
He only examined her once. So it's referring to that examination.
Well, let me see page 3, and then we'll see the unredacted version.
Okay.
Well, we also have a hearsay objection for Dr. Kirkpatrick.
Okay. So I've now seen the redacted. Can I see the unredacted version, please?
Do you want the redacted and unredacted next to each other, Judge?
No, that's
Okay.
And next page.
So we redacted all the things that we thought were referencing the Chapter 39 issues.
Next page, please.
And the GoFundMe stuff. Oh, no, it's not GoFundMe.
I agree with the plaintiffs that the context in which these statements were made has to do with a defense of the dependency court action. I'm going to exclude the redacted version of 3200 pages 1 through 3. What's next?
Let's skip to 323980. This is for proffer only, Judge. It's a page in Beata Kowalski's journal where she comments on giving ketamine intravenously.
Okay, the court will mark for identification purposes only 3239-80. It is not being admitted at this time.
Mr. Shapiro wanted to address that proffer briefly.
Very briefly, Your Honor, on direct examination of Maya Kowalski before this court on October 9th.
Well, then let's put it up, because if it's something more than a proffer, then... Okay, so Mr. Shapiro?
Yeah, I know that court's already ruled that the references to IV ketamine being given through the court won't come in, but I wanted to make sure for the appellate record I could perfect this proffer, that on direct examination of Maya Kowalski on October 9th, 2023, in front of this court, Mr. Anderson directly elicited this testimony at page 85 of the transcript. He said, "Before we go on, by this point, did you know what having ketamine infusion was, the feeling of ketamine inside you?" Answer, yes. Were you able to tell throughout this period after you had started having them with Dr. Kirkpatrick, Dr. Cantu, and Dr. Hanna, were you able to tell when your body was receiving ketamine? Answer, yes. Okay, then tell the jury whether, to the best of your knowledge, and for everything you saw, heard, felt, your mom ever gave you IV ketamine at home. Answer, never. Through the IV, no. And then the question was asked again. Okay, so it was never intravenous, only for oral purposes. Right, never through the IV. Question, you never had IV ketamine at home. No, at home, no. So again, that would be an additional basis since the plaintiff opened the door to this in their direct examination. The jury's been left with the direct impression that this never happened, and I don't want to go through all of this again, but we believe that it's prejudicial to the defense that they were allowed to elicit this testimony in direct examination and put in front of the jury that this never happened when we have what we believe is rock solid evidence that it did, especially as they wave around their IV ketamine chart. So that's our proffer on this exhibit in this.
The Dr. Sally Smith chart.
No, the one that they showed yesterday to Dr. Levy, saying, here's all the IV ketamine she ever got during this period of time, when we have evidence, as seen on the screen, that, quote, ketamine IV given out of desperation, pain was unbearable. The plaintiff opened the door to this on the direct exam, and we believe the defense is right.
No, my understanding is the chart that they showed yesterday, actually, its genesis was Dr. Sally Smith.
No,
She didn't create that?
no, that was created by the plaintiff as a demonstrative.
Well,
But there is an underlying chart of Dr. Sally Smith that correlates directly to that. You're correct.
in one of her reports. And that's where we traditionally, defense and plaintiff, have been using that determination rather than going back through in depositions. On multiple occasions, the defense and the plaintiffs have used that chart.
Well, going back to the IV ketamine, I again will say, since the moment I stepped into this case, and I think the summer of 2021, this IV ketamine issue has existed. I continue to have substantial concerns about the unfair use of this concept, and it's, the unfair nature of it vastly outweighs any sort of probative value. So I will continue to exclude, and so I will not permit into evidence 3239-80. Did I get those numbers correct?
You did.
Okay.
Your Honor.
But that page will be marked for ID.
Yeah, okay.
I understand it's excluded intellectual property, but for the clerk that may eventually read this in this context, ketamine IV, again, through the prescriptions, it's been confirmed by the pharmacist that the oral ketamine was prescribed in ketamine IV form. So this note does nothing to prove up that it was administered through the port at home. It simply does not say that.
And say that when you said the clerk, you meant the law clerk / staff attorney.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
3310, 1 to 30 is Dr. Cantu's billing records.
Let's see them.
It's Dr. Cantu and the hospital that billed her for the initial. The first ones I think are the booster, and then later on in the package is the ones for the initial.
Is it all in English or is there Spanish?
I think there might be some. I think it's in English and Spanish. It's a mix.
Language.
The numbers are in English.
Yeah, we object. So the court will recall that previously we had raised the issue of the Kowalski family having to sell their rental home in order to finance the treatments of Kirkpatrick and Cantu. And the defense objected to us introducing that. So now to put in billing records from a time, we're not claiming damages for Dr. Cantu's treatment. I'm not sure what the relevance is.
Be happy to explain.
If it is relevant, then we're going to come back in rebuttal and talk about all the sacrifices the family had to make in order to fund this treatment.
Judge, they already put in evidence their request that the church do fundraisers for them. But beyond that, that's not the purpose. The purpose here is to show that Dr. Cantu makes a lot of money doing these comas, and it goes towards the jury's consideration of his bias with respect to the procedures that he performs.
Well, what are his bills versus what are the facilities bills? And I don't speak Spanish, so I'm unfortunately not going to be able to translate these documents.
Mr.
Your Honor, he testified that these bills were for everything.
Well, but if the point is to somehow impeach or contend that Dr. Cantu is biased, what do the facilities charges have any relevance at all? I mean, wouldn't it just be Dr. Cantu's professional services?
Yeah. Hey, can I ask Clay to scroll through, please? Can you keep going? Yeah. Keep going, please. All right, this would be the hospital bill. So we can remove the hospital bill if that's the court's concern.
In my mind, if the purpose of this is to say that Dr. Cantu is receiving a lot of money, then it would seem anything besides his own personal bill is out.
All right.
Now, I still have to address Mr. Whitney's concerns. So is 9 through the balance, is that not Cantu's?
No, it's not that organized because it's by I think it's call over 2 trips. I think it's by 2 trips. We'll have to reorganize the pages, Judge, and we'll give it a new exhibit number and deal with that tomorrow then.
What's next?
33151.
All documents produced in response to a request.
No, it should have been changed. That's how we got it, but it's via Mrs. Kowalski's email. We'll change that description, Judge, for the exhibit list. It's Mrs. Kowalski's email to Dr. Cantu. Note that it's October 3rd, 2016, and that she sends the email. And then his response on October 4th, 2016.
Our objections are hearsay as to Dr. Cantu's statements, relevance as to this would again be some sort of backdoor effort to establish that Beata Kowalski was, I don't know, infusing these drugs or obtaining a pump without a prescription from a physician. There's no evidence in the record that any of these drugs that Dr. Cantu identifies here, morphine, clonidine, ropicaine, were ever administered through a pump as of March 10th, 2016.
This is October 3rd, 2016. It's
okay, same idea. There's no evidence on October 3rd, 2016 that there was ever a prescription written for a pump They want to use this to, again, establish Munchausen by proxy that Beata Kowalski was abusing her daughter with all of these drugs simply by asking a question of Dr. Cantu.
Judge, do I need to respond?
Yes, because I'm about ready to exclude it, so I'll give you another chance.
Yes, because this is talking about an internal pump. The jury's heard all about, it says, could you please send me the info for the combo drug for internal pump? We'll take out Dr. Cantu's response if that's concerning the court, but this goes to, the court may recall, there was all this conversation when Beata Kowalski was in the hospital about wanting an intrathecal pump. That would be an internal pump. Goes to support the fact that that was her inquiry, that was her concern. That's why she didn't want the transfer to Nemours in October.
And it was released on conditions.
And it goes to the concern that she had for her daughter and her condition as of October 3rd, 2016, when they were testifying that she was doing great and the expert did, and that we're the ones that caused her to decline.
The court has already told the jury a couple times, I'm going to tell them again, that the hospital had reasonable cause to make the call of the abuse hotline. I see this as nothing more than a piling on of saying Beata Kowalski is a bad person. That's how I'm reading it. 403, it's out.
Okay, Judge, but just for the record, the plaintiff's interpretation of what they think we're doing is not accurate, and this goes to the condition of Maya Kowalski before she goes to the hospital. I understand the question.
There's a lot of evidence of what Maya Kowalski's condition was, and so there's also a cumulative nature here. Now, we're past 9 o'clock,
Is
so
the jury here, Judge?
the jury is here.
Okay.
So can we put a pause and?
You can.
Okay. Anything before we bring in the jury?
What is the order of witnesses? I'm sorry if I missed that. I know Dr. Major, Dr. Lunch, Dr. Dolan. I'm sorry, Dr. Dolan, Dr. Lunch. The witnesses this morning.
Doing Dr. Alexander first, and then there'll be, I believe, a deposition or two, and then.
The nurse cook is not testifying.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow now. Okay, thank you.
Let's bring in the jury. Please be seated, everyone. Now, with all that orange and black, I know that we are honoring Sarasota High School. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? And you saw no media. Is that correct? So in addition to all the orange and blue that I know that you are loving, the orange and black from Sarasota High, I feel like you just know that I went to high school there and are honoring Sarasota High. As well as the University of Florida. Okay. Let's go ahead and shift. I know today's Halloween, but let's go ahead and shift to the business of why we are here. The defense, can you please call your next witness?
This is Your Honor, speaking of the University of Florida, we call Dr. Randall Alexander.
stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. All right, come around this way. Yeah.
Please, Gordon. Just tell us your name, please.
It's Randall Alexander, and Randall is Randell.
And what is your occupation?
I'm professor and chief of Division of Child Protection and Forensic Pediatrics at the University of Florida in Jacksonville.
All right.
I'm a child abuse pediatrician.
Very good. Could you tell the jury where you obtained your training to be a pediatrician, first of all?
Well, I got a bachelor's degree at Michigan State University in 1972. I then went to the University of Michigan, got a master's degree in 1974 in psychology, worked on a PhD, but I went to medical school at Wayne State University in Detroit, got my MD degree in 1980. I did a standard 3-year pediatrics residency in Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is Michigan State's largest clinical campus. And then I did an additional year working on community pediatrics fellowship, more informal at that time, where I was working on child abuse issues and also being a chief resident. And then I got my first job at the University of Iowa.
All right, sure. And at the University of Iowa, what was your appointment?
Oh, I started out as an assistant professor and eventually became an associate professor.
All right, and in what field?
It was in pediatrics. I was working in Division of Developmental Disabilities and doing some work with that, with children with a wide range of physical disabilities. We were kind of the state resource for school issues, learning problems and things. And also I was doing a lot of child abuse work at the university, state and national.
All right, sure. And where did you go from Iowa?
I went to Morehouse School of Medicine in Atlanta for 6 years.
All right, sure. And were you involved with child abuse pediatrics at that point?
Oh, yes.
All right. Could you describe to the jury how you became involved in child abuse pediatrics?
I think in medical school, there were some interesting cases when I was on the pediatrics rotation. It's not your standard look in somebody's ears and see an infection, which is satisfying, but there's more complication with child abuse. I did a pediatric radiology rotation with 4 of some of the top radiologists in the country working on child abuse issues. And so I think that sparked some of my interest there. And in my residency, there was more of that. And ultimately, my 3rd-year residency, I did a month with working with a guy at Michigan State, Ray Helfer, who was probably the premier child abuse pediatrician in the world at that time. And then I took off from there.
All right. So what did you do at Morehouse State? What was your teaching interest?
It was Morehouse School of Medicine, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I did a little bit, I did about a day a week of general pediatrics, but most of the time I was working in child abuse issues. I worked statewide, got some money from the legislature trying to put together a bit of a network with the various cities in it. Georgia got some money for some equipment, for instance, and was seeing cases.
Did there come a point at which your career path led you to Florida?
Well, I was being recruited over several years to come down there, and I showed up there in 2004, and I was the statewide medical director where I oversaw all the child protection teams, which is currently 22 teams. And so I was the boss of the medical directors in each of their different locales.
Okay. And how long did you hold that position?
10.5 years.
All right, sir. Did there come a point at which you became board certified in child abuse pediatrics?
Yes. Child abuse pediatrics has especially came about, and the first wave of people that were child abuse pediatricians formally, as a formal subspecialty, was in 2009. And at that time, you had to have worked over half-time, at least for 5 years in child abuse, and then you had to pass a national exam. And I did.
And then you continued to work as the statewide medical director for the Child Protection Team program?
I did for 10.5 years. Now I'm in Jacksonville, but I'm in charge of the Tallahassee and its 8 counties Child Protection Team, and Jacksonville and its 8 counties Child Protection Team. So 16 counties.
All right, sir. And in that connection, you're still working as a member of both these child protection teams?
Well, I am. I was on call this weekend, and I'm on call tonight. So when I get back to Jacksonville, I may have to see patients in the middle of the night, although I hope not.
Let me backtrack a little bit into your credentials here. What is the American Professional Society on the Abuse of Children?
What we call APSAC. It is the largest, somewhat the only, multidisciplinary professional organization in child abuse. And so it spans not just medicine, but psychology and social work and police and a whole variety of people that deal with child abuse in one form or another.
And have you been a member of that organization?
I'm a member. I'm on the board, have been in Florida. I was on the board and at one point was the president in Georgia, and I've been on the board twice nationally.
All right. Have you had occasion to contribute to the literature of your profession regarding the subject of child abuse?
Yes.
And do you have any estimate of how many papers you've published?
Oh, gosh. Well, it's over 50 in terms of paper publications. Books and chapters, 70, 80. I would have to look at my CV on that. I'm sorry.
Okay. And have you had occasion to lecture on the subject of child abuse?
Around the world, yes.
Yes, sir. And do you have any estimate of how many times you've been asked to lecture on that subject?
I'm sure it's at least 300. Might be a fair bit more than that.
Okay. And at the University of Florida today, what is your role in teaching child abuse?
Okay, so I'm the division chief. I have about 50 or some people that work for me in my several locations. I see kids. I'm on the call schedule. And I also have administrative duties supervising people. We have the only child abuse fellowship in Florida, and I'm the program director for that. So I teach and help with any of our fellows, people who are pediatricians but are trying to spend 3 years to be a child abuse pediatrician. And then I work on some prevention issues and try to sneak in some occasional publications.
All right, sir. Now, do you know Dr. Sally Smith?
I do. I was her boss for quite a long time.
Okay. During your tenure as statewide head of child protection program, you were her boss?
I was. That'd be 2004 to, I think, probably early 2015.
Okay. And during 2016, you did not hold that role?
That's right.
Okay. During 2016, were you in your present position?
Yes.
All right. Have you and I had occasion to meet and discuss this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did we meet for the first time last night?
In person? I think that could be, yeah. Okay. I think we may have done Zoom or telephone or something before that.
All right. And have you been paid, or have we agreed to pay you a fee for your consultative and testimonial services?
Not me, the University of Florida. It's not any money I get, but the University of Florida will be billing you, yes.
All right, very good. Now, let me turn your attention, if I can, to the subject of the child protection teams in general. Your background suggests that you have had occasion to become familiar with how the Florida Child Protection Team program works. Is that true?
Well, sure. I mean, I was leading it for a considerable time, and I still have to teach it to all my trainees and new staff and everything. Yes.
Is the Child Protection Team program something that is created by Florida statute?
It is. It's had several revisions, but since it first started in 1978.
All right. Could you describe for the jury what the Child Protection Team program consists of and what its function is?
Sure.
Objection, relevance in 39.
He can answer that senior round.
Yes, sir.
Florida, uniquely in the world, is divided into 22 zones. And in these zones, if you will, we have a child protection team. So we don't work just out of a hospital. So, for instance, in Jacksonville, we have several hospitals we work for. Under Florida law, first of all, we're paid through the Department of Health, and we have to conform to a whole bunch of rules. It's somewhat of a public-private partnership, so in our particular case, the University of Florida holds the contract, our Jacksonville College of Medicine. In, say, Pinellas, it would be a nonprofit. And most of the places in the state, it's some sort of a social services nonprofit. But there's, I think, 5 of the 22 teams are University of South Florida, Miami, and a couple of the UF ones. By law, we are there to assist the Department of Children and Families in their investigations. We're medically led with a medical director, but we have other medical people, all told probably over 100, and a couple hundred what we call case coordinators or social workers, if you will, psychologists, team attorney. And we see under law, they specify, here's the kids you're supposed to see. They're called mandatory. So we see these kids by statute, but we also see other children because there's some that need to be seen that the law can't think of everything. And we write reports, and we help to decide, is there even child abuse in the first place? And if it is, what is it, and what our recommendations would be. And we have a number of quirky things that you only find here in Florida and not any place else in the world.
Sustained.
Let me try to reframe another question if I could. Doctor, can you tell the jury whether the function of a child protection team includes the education and outreach to the community and professionals regarding the subject of child abuse, its awareness and prevention?
Relevancy in 39 again.
I'd like to approach on this, Judge.
Sure.
Mr. Hunter's going to rephrase the question.
Doctor, in your experience, is outreach to the community and the professional community to provide education and awareness regarding child abuse prevention and recognition part of the function of a child protection team?
It's a contract standard. We actually have to provide a certain number of hours. The teams do, according to the Department of Health contract standards. So the answer is not just yes, but it's required.
Now, at our request, or I guess I should say at the request of counsel, can we approach on that just a minute, Judge? Sure. I'm sorry. At the request of counsel, have you reviewed some material regarding the case of Maya Kowalski, this case?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just give the jury a general description of what you've reviewed?
Medical records from a whole variety of sources. I'm sure at least 40 more various transcripts of depositions, particularly those are the main things that I recall. There's various other miscellaneous stuff, communications. Maybe the mother had emails and things. I think at some point I'd actually seen some videos.
All right. Let me ask you specifically, have you reviewed the materials that Dr. Sally Smith obtained and accumulated in her role in this case?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the medical records of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes.
And have you reviewed various medical records regarding care rendered to Maya Kowalski by a number of other physicians?
Yes.
And have you reviewed you indicated you reviewed somewhere north of 40 some odd depositions. Did those include Dr. Sally Smith's several depositions?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed a transcript for testimony in this case
yes.
from the last few days?
Yes.
All right. Based on your review of this material, have you arrived at any opinion or conclusion regarding whether Dr. Smith's conduct in this case was within her role as a child protection team medical director?
I have an opinion, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That it is. That I think that she was following what I would expect a CPT physician to do.
All right. And now, would you tell us the basis for your opinion in that regard?
Well, it's the way we work with a child protection team. I'm not sure on your question. In terms of she was contacted, she started looking into the case. There were several reports called in, one that was finally accepted, and then she went ahead and did a report looked at the case in depth, looked at multiple sources, and wrote a CPT report, which is what we're supposed to do. And then she was available to help, with any questions anyone had.
Gotcha. Let me ask you several questions more specifically about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Report.
I'm not going to talk about the report.
I don't think there's a pending question at this moment. Why don't we hear the next question?
Sure.
Okay, you made reference to Dr. Smith being contacted, and I believe that took place in a phone call from Dr. Teppa Sanchez initially.
Right.
Is that type of phone call something that CPT members typically receive from physicians in the community?
Objection, Your Honor.
Court's going to overrule the objection.
Do you remember the question, or would you just like for me?
I'd like it repeated. Thank you.
Okay. We made reference to a call that Dr. Teppa Sanchez initially made to Dr. Smith regarding Maya Kowalski. And for reference, I think the proof is that it occurred on or about October 8th of 2023. Was, based on your review of the materials you reviewed, is that call the sort of contact from a hospital staff member that a CPT medical director might typically receive?
Yes.
Okay, would you explain that, please?
Well, I've had those calls. I just had a staff member have that call yesterday. It's not limited to just child abuse. I mean, doctors, we talk to each other and say, hey, can I run something by you? And is this something that I should pursue or not pursue? And so that would be a pretty typical sort of thing. It's not the same as I've made a report to DCF and now let's do a formal evaluation. This is the pre stuff, if you will, where you're trying to figure out, is there enough here that I should even pursue this?
Okay. And once Dr. Smith became involved with an investigation, was it within her duties as a medical director of a child protection team to consult with the medical team regarding the patient's status and condition going forward?
Also, the conclusion. Okay.
Overruled.
To determine, what advice they can give as far as is this a child abuse situation? You don't have to prove it. You just have to say, is there enough here to make a report? Are you suspicious? And so that would be within the scope. Again, for us to do formal reports, start interviewing and doing exams and everything else, that requires that DCF reports made to a hotline and accepted, and then we get involved.
In reviewing the materials that you have gone through, and there seems to have been quite a passel of them, did you see any indication that Dr. Smith was functioning as part of the treatment team for Maya Kowalski?
No, I think she was given some advice on occasion, but She wasn't a treating physician, no.
All right. Is giving advice on occasion, as you described, part of the function of a child protection team medical director in a situation such as this?
It is.
And tell us why that is.
Well, we don't just drop the case. It's sort of like, thank you for the thing, here's a report, and goodbye. I mean, we're still the resource in the community to help out for things. Not the treating physician, because then you'd have to sign medical charts and have your name there and all that. We don't do that. But to be able to help people as they're trying to figure things out, yeah, you can give us a call.
Is that part, in your experience, as a current CPT medical director and past statewide medical director, is that part of the job, so to speak, of a child protection team medical director with respect to a sheltered child such as Maya Kowalski?
Yes, I mean, it can be. It depends if they have any questions. In essence, can we be of assistance?
What other functions did Dr. Smith serve in this case with reference to Ms. Kowalski and coordination of her care?
Well, she did a CPT evaluation. She was available to people at the hospital and in the community for any questions that they had as to what she thought was going on or advice that she could give. I think it was pretty much it.
All right. I believe that's all I have right now. Thank you, sir.
Doctor, did I hear you correctly that you have two roles? You have a role as a pediatrician and then a role with CPT?
I have lots of roles.
Okay.
What you're saying is
jobs.
What you're saying is true, but there's a lot more to it.
Okay. How many hats do you have? How many hats do you wear, I should say?
Well, so my division is about a $7 million operation. We have probably 15 or more funding sources, and I'm in the administration of a number of those, so I have that hat. I help with Wilson Children's Hospital, which is our children's hospital in Jacksonville. As I said, I'm the fellowship program director. Just in the university, I see children. I deal with Daytona and Tallahassee teams, and then I'm involved nationally and statewide with a number of things. I chair the Child Abuse Committee, for instance, for the Florida Chapter American Academy of Pediatrics, and I'm on the board now for that organization. And
these are all jobs.
A number
of
of other things.
These are all jobs. I mean, like jobs you get paid for.
I get paid by the University of Florida.
Okay. And so you have many, many jobs in addition to working for DCF.
I don't work for DCF.
Sorry, CPT.
Yeah, the Child Protection Team is, again, the University of Florida, but the funding, partial funding, comes through the Department of Health.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that Dr. Smith's role in this did not include inserting herself into the care and treatment of Maya Kowalski.
Sure.
All right. Let me show you. Can we bring up 1001-0373? And if you'll, excuse me, let's not do that one. I'm sorry. Wrong one. 2116-002. Let's go to text. 2116-002. Now, if you look at 15 down there, you see it? And that's from Sally Smith. And it's to a Paola Dees. Do you recognize her as a doctor at Johns Hopkins?
Right, in my review.
And so this is Dr. Smith talking to Dr. Dees, right? In a text.
Right.
And here, Dr. Smith is telling Dr. Dees, get her off as many meds as possible. That is not part of the role that Dr. Smith should have as an investigator, is it?
Well, she's not an investigator. That's really not a fair description of what we are. Second of all, if that's advice in terms of how you might handle these situations, it is her role to give advice. If she's the one that actually does it, then she should be a treating physician. But as you pointed out, I think she's talking to someone else.
All right. Well, let's look at 116-005. And let's go down to number 35. We can. That's, 005. And let's go down to 35 if we got it. Now, do you recognize this as a text in November of 2016 from Sally Smith to Paola Dees again?
Yes.
Did it come to your attention that Dr. Smith ordered or directed to be ordered a 48-hour video, if you will, surveillance video without knowledge of Maya Kowalski? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware that she did the order. I would imagine that some other physician did the order.
And then she says here, fortunately, a 10-year-old, she can't perform the charade effectively 24/7. Do you see that?
I do.
That's not part of the role. And what is she? Is she an investigator, a prosecutor? What is she?
Well, as you know, she's none of those. She's the TPT physician that's giving advice to the team.
And so you're contending that she is not part prosecutor in this role?
Well, of course she's not the prosecutor. You have to be a lawyer to do that and then go to court.
And are you contending she's not an investigator?
Right. Investigator is a term we might use with police or DCF. Now, the fact that we ask questions, if you want to label it that, but we don't consider it that way in medicine.
Well, how about if she's referred to as the head of our team? Say, our child abuse team. That's not part of her role, heading up a hospital's team, is it?
I don't think the hospital has a team. The child protection team is independent of the hospital.
I'm just asking you if, in fact, doctors at the hospital referred to her as heading up their team, whatever that is, for child abuse. That's not part of her role, is it?
It's also not part of the child protection team system because we don't have such teams.
Is it part of her role or not?
Well, no, because it doesn't exist.
Let's look at 1001-0373. If you look at the bottom of this progress note when we get it up, that's 1001-0373. And if you look down here at the bottom, I think you'll see. Do you see that Dr. Smith is reviewing all of Maya's medical records? And this is some 3 weeks after Maya was put there. Do you see it?
I do.
All right. And do you see that she is now agreeing with Dr. Hart and Dr. Smith, that's Michelle Smith, that we should proceed removing Maya's port as there's no indication for her to have a CVL? Do you see that?
I do.
Deciding whether or not to take out a CVL, a port, in a child's chest, that's not part of her role, is it?
No, she'd have to be the treating physician to actually write the order.
I understand, but becoming involved to the point where you're directing it, that's not part of her role either.
She's not directing it unless she's writing the order. Mm-hmm. So she is giving advice as to what she thinks she should do in this case based on her review.
All right. So let's take a look at 2277-068. And we're discussing here the video, I believe. And you see down here the Dr. Smith on the risk management. I'll represent to you, this is a note from risk management. And you see below that it says okay from risk.
I do.
And you see below that videotaping?
Right.
And you see no order.
Right.
All right. So in this instance, if there was no order and risk management is looking to Sally Smith, that's not part of her role either, is it?
You know, I don't know what this note really means.
Okay.
So I can't really answer your question.
All right. So Sally Smith being a member of various of the hospital's committees, that's not part of her role, is it? I'm not asking about being a doctor. I'm just asking about her role for CPT.
CPT doesn't ask that you be on any committees at any hospital.
And Sally Smith worked for you for over a decade, right?
As I was the statewide medical director, so yes, she did work for me.
Well, let me ask you an ultimate question. Sally Smith should not have been running Maya's treatment in any way, shape, or form, should she?
Right, she'd have to be a treating physician, and my understanding she was not.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
Just briefly, Honor.
First of all, did you see any indication that Dr. Sally Smith was running the treatment team for Maya Kowalski?
I didn't. Again, she'd have to have written an order, you know, in the chart saying, you know, I order up this lab test or I do something else like that. That was done by others. So she might have given she did give advice at times, but that's not a treating physician.
Okay. So is giving advice on such things as whether a central line might come out, is that part of her role as a CPT medical director?
It is.
That's all I have for now. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Anderson?
It wasn't just giving advice. She was giving direction there. Do you agree?
I think you'd have to ask the parties involved in that. Technically, from what I'm seeing written, it looks like advice. But if they interpreted that she was giving direction and she was in charge, I don't see that in the notes.
All right, but the question is, it would not be part of her role.
Right. For her to be a treating physician that would be not a CPT role, that would be an attending physician role.
And nothing further.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions? Dr. Alexander, the jury has a number of questions. Members of the jury, I'll be able to ask most, but not all of the questions. Is there any conflict of interest in a medical director CPT to access a medical record through means outside DCF, through medical privileges from their private practice?
It depends. I can't just access anybody's records. That's major trouble, just to cruise around and look at records. But if I had somebody that said, they called me up and directed me to a particular person and said they had some question and part of the process of helping them with their question, that would be okay. But it wouldn't be okay just to, just check anybody out willy-nilly and, see what their record is.
Is the pursuit of acting as a liaison and educational support for emergency physicians within the scope of expectation of the role?
Could you ask that again?
Is the pursuit of acting as a liaison and educational support for emergency pediatricians within the scope of expectation of the role? I think it's of medical director.
Sure. Oh, well, is a CPT medical personnel?
CPT medical director.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Even within their own assigned jurisdiction, where the doctor plays an integral role educating doctors in their own case?
Right. That's part of what we do.
Since Dr. Smith is part of a structure designed to assess fairly a medical situation, do you think this could contribute to the potential for young doctors to misconstrue that advice?
Well, if the question is she an authority figure that people are going to look up to and think that, she knows something about this area? Well, of course, that's what her job is to do that, if I'm interpreting that question correctly. In the way that I would look up to a cardiologist, because they know more about that than I do.
Why wouldn't the Department of Children and Families, in representing the interests of the state, provide a separate ID for identity to identify their representatives while they are pursuing their investigation?
Well, I don't know about the Department of Children and Families, but we're not the Department of Children and Families at all. And we're not Dr. Smith would, as medical director, would have derived some salary from the Department of Health. And so to some extent, they might regard her as the Department of Health, but not DCF. And that we draw a really clear line that we're different than DCF.
Next, does the hospital have to call Dr. Sally Smith first? Is there any harm in a hospital staff calling the hotline as a reporter? Is there? There's no harm in a hospital staff calling the hotline as a mandatory reporter, is there?
No, in fact, that's usually what happens. Is usually we hear about this because it has been reported to DCF. But if they have a question or they want to sometimes give us a heads up, this is in process. We sometimes hear from the hospital on that. We certainly do that in Jacksonville, and we do it around the state.
You testified there were several reports/calls to CPT. Are you testifying that there were more than one call placed before the hospital called Dr. Sally Smith?
In terms of attempted reports to DCF, yes.
Was the first call not accepted by CPT, and that is why Dr. Tepa reached out to Dr. Sally Smith to see if the hospital had enough information on abuse to make the call?
Yeah, except CPT doesn't accept calls. DCF accepts calls. It's their hotline, not ours. Yeah, it would be It may well be, and I guess you'd have to ask them, but I agree with the general proposition that she was trying to see if Sally Smith thought there was something there or not.
In your testimony, you said something similar to a child protection specialist is not assigned to a hospital, but a zone or area. Am I correct?
That's right. We're structured so that we cover an area. So my Jacksonville team covers 8 counties, and we can go in, by state law, we can go into any hospital. We don't need privileges for child abuse issues, and we can see the child and we can look at their records. So we're area focused, county focused. We're not hospital focused.
At the time of Maya's 2016 visits to Tampa General and Johns Hopkins All Children, were those 2 hospitals in the same zone?
Tampa General is served by the Tampa Child Protection Team. And the other one, I'm sorry, was
Johns Hopkins.
Johns Hopkins. That's Pinellas, and those are separate child protection teams. I mean, obviously they get patients that go back and forth, and so hopefully they're getting some good communication between the 2 teams.
So Dr. Sally Smith would not have been the person assigned to the Tampa zone?
Right. So if there was a formal report, and a report had to be generated just for Tampa stuff alone, then I would expect that that would be the Tampa CPT team that would actually come in and do that. But again, if there's records from other places and your final destination is, say, Pinellas, then I'd expect that the Pinellas person gathers all that information, writes a report.
Is it normal for Sally Smith, acting in a DCF capacity, to even offer medical advice to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on a juvenile patient while she is not to be a doctor at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, but now in the hat of a DCF investigator?
Well, she's not a DCF investigator. Once again, I'm sorry, but we are not DCF. We are Department of Health, and the medical directors of the state, we've had meetings on this since 2004, and we're very particular about that point. The conflict of interest for Sally Smith would be as if this was a patient in her private practice, in which case she might have to recuse herself and have a different medical provider do something. So that's the conflict. It's not the fact that she works at a hospital in which she might also have to see a CPT case.
The juror just said, please replace DCF with the initials you need to identify today. So
okay.
So let me just re-ask the question. Is it normal for Dr. Sally Smith, acting as the medical director of the child protection team capacity, to offer medical advice to Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital on a juvenile patient while she is not to be a doctor at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, but now in the hat of the medical director of the child protection team?
It's normal and expected.
Mr. Hunter, any further questions? Mr. Anderson.
Follow up to the juror's question on the timeline. So was your understanding there was a first call, a hotline, right? And then, are we in agreement there? Obviously there was.
We are, yeah. There was, yeah.
And then there was a second call from the hospital, Dr. Tappa Sanchez, to Dr. Smith after that?
So we're talking about the first call being the call to the DCF hotline?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
there was, and then some communication that went on between the 2 doctors.
Right. And then after that, a second call was made.
To DCF, yes.
And that one was accepted.
Yes.
Is it true that the threshold for the requirement of making a call is exceedingly low?
Well, it's low. I don't know if I'd say exceedingly.
Sustained.
So it's low.
It's a reasonable suspicion threshold.
Pretty subjective.
Well, purposely so.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
sustained.
All right. But as a CPT, and again, how should I refer to her? A CPT, what? She's not a prosecutor, she's not an investigator, she's just a doctor, CPT doctor?
Well, she's a pretty well trained doctor, but I would say just a doctor. But no, she's a CPT medical provider. She's the medical director for the Pinellas team.
All right. But when she steps into whatever role she has at Johns Hopkins, she's not able to violate a parent's right to control medical treatment for the child, is she?
Not in the sense of just normal treatment, but she's certainly entitled to perform CPT functions as specified in state law.
No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter? No, Your Honor. Looks like I have another juror question coming. Just the one. That's it. There's just the one. Sir, is Sally Smith with CPT, Department of Health, or any others? Who does she work for?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of that.
Who does she work for?
In that role, she works with her particular team, but the medical directors that aren't part of universities, which she would have been, they had some direct deposits. The way that DOH structured it is for the process of administration, not for seeing kids, but just administration. They would directly pay the medical directors around the state. Again, not for those of us that work at universities. It's a different situation. And then her team would pay her, they have the contract from the Department of Health, and their team would then pay her for clinical things like seeing kids, things along that line. I think most of her pay was actually private practice, which was different than child protection team altogether.
Any follow-up, Mr. Hunter?
Briefly, Your Honor, just to try to clarify a couple things.
What state agency controls the child protection team program?
The Department of Health.
But do the teams advise and serve as a resource to the Department of Children and Families?
We do. Police, prosecutors, people that are authorized. But in the legal intro, as perhaps you all know, is we're there to assist Department of Children and Families, but we're not them.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to ensure I'm getting the right answer here, you were aware that Dr. Sally Smith had a private practice as well as a pediatrics practice.
Right. Being medical director of Pinellas County is not a full-time job. It was part-time.
So she had 3 different jobs.
I'm sorry?
3 different jobs? If you call her private practice a job, I would.
Well, I would call that a job, right? So the
CPT and then whatever role of the hospital.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. I sustain the objection.
Okay.
Any other question?
I had one more question, Doc. But it was in regard to one of the last questions before. Am I allowed to ask it?
I don't know. I mean, it's your time. The time clock is ticking. So,
are CPT doctors allowed or encouraged to change their opinions as they progress through their evaluation?
Yes. We write addendums if something significant comes along, or sometimes we order up lab tests or x-rays and they're not immediately available. We're supposed to get all our reports done within 10 days, but some things take longer than that, and so if things come up, we'll write an addendum.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunter,
Nothing further on.
anything else from the jury?
Oh,
Well, Mr. Hunter, did you have another question?
no, I was going to ask Your Honor about a commission.
I think you'll be visiting with me in a moment.
I think we'll have our chance.
Mr. Anderson? Members of the jury, I'm sorry, there's another question, Doctor. Is a doctor with a private practice, quote, not a job, end quote? What do you call a doctor with a private practice?
It's a job. Being a pediatrician and seeing kids is definitely a job.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
No, sir.
Anything further, Mr. Anderson?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further, members of the jury? Okay, members of the jury, I think this is a good time for us to take a break. It's probably going to be a healthy 15 minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation, and receive no information.
All rise. Your executive.
Okay, the jury is out of our presence. Everyone please have a seat. Madam Court Reporter, we're going to mark this part of the transcript as the beginning of a proffer. Dr. Alexander, there's going to be several questions that are asked that are outside the presence of the jury, so we're going to start with Mr. Hunter.
I'm going to make this kind of a summary oral proffer, Your Honor. Doctor, have you reviewed the report? Well, first of all, have you reviewed in some detail the records that Dr. Sally Smith accumulated in her review of the Maya Kowalski case?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed the reports that she rendered as a result of her review of those records and her evaluation of Maya Kowalski and her discussions with the Kowalski family and others?
Yes.
Based on that review, do you have an opinion that you can express within a reasonable degree of medical probability with respect to whether Dr. Sally Smith's conduct complied with the standard of care expected of CPT medical directors in conducting their review of a case such as Maya Kowalski's?
I do have an opinion, yes.
And what is that opinion, sir?
The opinion is that yes, it did. It conformed to what I would expect a medical director or a CPT medical provider to do.
Okay. And do you believe that her conclusions, as stated in that report, are appropriate and within the standard of practice for CPT medical directors?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Anderson.
So your standard of care would include leaving out reports from almost all of the non-Johns Hopkins, non-TGF, non-Lurie's large hospital doctors.
Judge argument.
Overruled. You can answer.
I thought she reviewed some of those things, so I'd have to know the details of which things you're talking about that are there or not. But I know she did a lot of follow-up with various providers and things, and so I'm not quite sure what you're referring to.
Sure. To come to your attention that her report did not mention the strong opinion of Dr. Kirkpatrick.
She didn't document that opinion in her report as such. I believe she attempted to contact him. I can't remember if he was the one that she was saying able to contact, or she did contact him.
She did contact him. She did not
Right.
put it in the report. All right. And is the standard of care also to leave out Eagles Wings counseling and instead represent that the Kowalskis were not having any counseling?
Well, if she didn't know it and she said that there was no counseling, then that would be what she knew at the time.
She had what if she had the records right there in front of her and she left them out? Would that meet your standard of care?
No, I mean, then she shouldn't have said there was no counseling if she knew there was.
And nobody's brought you up to speed, I guess, on Maya's relapses since all this occurred in 2016, 2017.
Not well enough. I mean, I've heard sort of vague stuff, and I'd hesitate to have this court think that I know it well enough to give a valid opinion.
Very good. Thank you, Doctor.
Anything further, Mr. Hunter?
That's it, Jeff.
May this doctor be excused from all subpoenas and allowed to return to Jackson?
As far as I'm concerned.
No objection, Your Honor.
Drive safely, doctor.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
Anything before we go on our break?
We can do it now or after the break, Your Honor. We found the letter that should have been attached to that email that was admitted this morning.
Let's go ahead and put it up real quick.
I have a copy for the court since it looks like our
Copy for us
person
as well.
approach. Yeah, I have a copy for you as well.
We we don't have an objection to it if they want to do that.
There it is.
And so, remind me, is 2408? What did I do earlier today?
So what you admitted earlier today, Your Honor, was how the defense had marked it as 3192. This is how, or I'm sorry, 3192 was the defense's marking.
No, I don't think that's right. Give me a second. It is, in fact, 3315.
No, 3315 was excluded. That was to Dr. Kent.
Oh, all right, hold on.
It's 3192 on the first page of your exhibit.
Oh, you're right.
So it was admitted as 3192. We could either make it 3192A with this additional page, or we could admit it as what we had marked it as 2408.
What I would suggest is that we just have this added. We'll have someone on our team make it 3192A, and we'll attach it, and so it'll be right after 3192.
So long as it's going to be clear to the jury that they go together.
We'll put it with 3192, if that's it.
That's fine. Why don't you get with the technical folks, and then when you come back, advise what it is so we can make sure that the clerk also has it.
Yeah, I just don't know if a 3193 exists, so that's why I'm suggesting we do 3192 and 3192.
Anything else before we take our break?
No more for the plaintiff unless you've got something there.
Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. 10 minutes.
All rise. Closing recess.
Whatever the court wants to do. Okay, all right, so that will be what we'll conclude the morning.
That'll take us almost to noon.
Right. That was our thought.
I am going to go prepare a rebuttal. Keep leaving the hands of Ms. Lawrence and Nick.
Ms. Lawrence is fine.
Judge, and as to the rehearing on countering Smith's testimony, she always wears a lab coat. Will the court be deciding that today at some point?
I will be after lunch.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anything else that you need, Mr. Anderson, before you leave?
Not on my part, Nick. No. Yeah. Okay. I'm leaving. Thank you, no.
Are we ready to bring back the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
At some point, I'll need the designation breakdowns for those two depositions.
Oh.
Timelines.
Jurors answering?
Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct?
Correct.
We have 2 different depositions to play next, which will cumulatively take us about an hour and 15 minutes. So we should be finishing this right about noon so we can break for lunch. Okay. I'm assuming we leave the lights as is. It's okay. We'll leave the lights as is. Ms. Corrales.
Yes, Detective call Sharon O'Leary Johnson.
Ma'am, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Ms. O'Leary Johnson. My name is David Hughes. I represent Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. How are you doing this morning?
Great.
So let's go ahead and get started. Can you please state your name and professional address for the record, please?
Sharon O'Leary Johnson and the Guardian Light Office here in Sarasota.
All right. Can you please give me the benefit of your educational background from where you went to high school all the way through any degrees or licenses you may have obtained over the years?
Okay, I went to Rutherford Union High School in the Detroit area. I graduated from Michigan State University with a bachelor's in education. I got a master's at Central Michigan University in educational administration. And I am all but dissertated out of Michigan State in organizational behavior / development and instructional design.
Okay. Can you please just briefly outline the types of things you did throughout your career in the realm of education?
I taught elementary school, 6th grade. I was a principal of 2 different alternative high schools. And then I went into business and I worked for various companies developing training programs and training strategies.
Can you please explain in a little bit more detail the types of positions you've held in education and just give me a general timeline of when you served in those roles?
Okay, 1980, I taught 6th grade for 2 years. And then then probably from 84, 85 to 90 or so, I was a principal of 2 different alternative high schools. And then probably from 94 to 2017 or 18, I worked in the business area. I worked for Frito-Lay, I worked for Nestle, and I worked as an independent contractor or consultant. And I developed training programs and strategies usually for frontline workers.
Okay. How was it that you came to become a guardian ad litem volunteer?
I was involved in the Texas and Dallas area in the Children's Advocacy Center as a donor and also as worked on committees for golf things. Then when I moved to Florida, I was going to be partially retired because in my job, I travel a lot. And so I was partially retiring, so I thought I had the time. So I went in to look at becoming a guardian ad litem.
Approximately when did you first start serving as a guardian ad litem here in Florida?
Let's say 7 years ago, like 2014 or 15, somewhere around there.
Okay. And approximately how many cases have you volunteered for with the guardian ad litem's office there in Sarasota?
5.
Okay. And do you handle multiple cases at a time, or do you typically handle one case at a time?
1 case at a time.
Okay. My understanding is that you served as Maya Kowalski's guardian ad litem back in 2016 and 2017. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How was it that you came to be involved with Mike Kowalski's case?
I was asked by my manager if I would be interested in taking that case because I finished off my other case.
Okay. And who was the manager?
Jessica Black, Jessica Black something. I forget her last name.
I believe it's Black Rick. Is that sound familiar?
That's it.
Okay. So why don't you walk me a little bit through what Mrs. Black Rick's role in a situation like Mike Kowalski's case would have been versus what your role was?
I can tell you what my role was.
Okay. Why don't we start there?
My role was to visit Maya, talk with her, and make observations, and make sure her educational needs were being met.
What does that mean to you as a guardian ad litem that you're serving to further the child's best interest?
It means when there is a court case, to ask the child, depending on the age, one, if they want to go or what they want to say to the court, and to advocate to make sure that if they want certain things or if they have certain requests, for an example, if somebody wanting to go to summer camp or somebody wanting to go play soccer or do something that is normal for normalcy for other kids, that I try to work with different people, guardian fund, my manager or whatever, to try to make things like that happen. And in some cases, to make sure that the place they're at is safe, and to make sure they're getting, medical, like if they need a dentist visit or where they are on those kinds of things.
And my understanding is from time to time that you also enter notes around the time of some of your visits. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you do that in this case with Maya Kowalski, enter notes around the time of your visits with her?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review those notes before today?
Yes.
And when you say notes, what are you talking about?
It was printed out what I had written down in Optima.
All right. And what is Optimum?
Optima is an application that's used by the guardian ad litems to document. I use it to document my notes, and I don't know what everybody else uses it for.
And my understanding is that on a few occasions you went and visited Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Correct.
Do you recall, separate and apart, anything that you may have documented? And we'll go through your documentation, but separate and apart from what you may have documented, as you sit here today, do you have an independent recollection of your observations of Maya Kowalski?
No.
Okay. So when I say the name Maya Kowalski, what comes to mind?
A little girl I visited at the hospital who liked her little Shopkins and liked to play the piano.
All right. So it's fair to say that you took an oath to serve as the guardian ad litem for Maya Kowalski in this case?
Yeah.
Why don't you, can you just describe in general terms what it was, what your understanding of the role it was you were to perform here was?
To visit and observe Maya to make sure that she was getting her needs met and to advocate for her in court.
Well, let's go to your first visit then, which we can find here on GAL 14. Are you able to view that and read it? Or would you like me to blow it up a little bit more?
No, I come in. So you're referring to the one on October 24th?
Yeah, it says name Sharon O'Leary Johnson, case number, activity date 10/24/16, activity type contacted child in current placement, subject visit in hospital. Do you see that?
Yes, I got it. I just want to make sure I'm reading the right one. So I'm reading
Gotcha.
it.
Just from a foundational standpoint, the document we're looking at here on GAL 14, do you recognize that as your note that you prepared following a visit with Maya on October 24th, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Having read that note, does the note trigger any recollection about your first visit with Maya at the hospital on the 24th?
Just that she was a nice girl to visit with.
Okay. And what do you mean that she was a nice girl to visit with?
She was talkative. She was welcome for my visit.
Okay. You note here, quote, she didn't look like she was in pain, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you mean when you entered that into her chart?
Right above it, she was smiling and laughing and telling me about how her hospital room was all set up and her dolls and all that kind of stuff. So she was smiling and laughing, and I don't normally, normally associate that with pain.
Okay. And then you note that a nurse came in to take her blood pressure and she made a face and said she hated it because it hurt. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Why is it that you entered that into the note from this visit for today?
Because that's what I saw.
Whether you found it strange that Maya's demeanor would change depending on who was in the room.
Strange? Maybe a little.
And why is that?
Because we were just laughing and talking, and then a nurse walked in, and then she changed her demeanor a little bit.
What do you mean by she changed her demeanor a little bit?
What she said let's see, what did I write down? She made a face that when the person came in, and I wrote down she made the face because she said it hurt when they did that.
My second note that I have here is on GAL 13, and it appears to be a note from November 9 of 2016. It bears your name, Sharon O'Leary Johnson, with the case number. It says contact the child in current placement, contact type face-to-face, hours 3.0. Do you see the document we're talking about here?
Yes.
You start the note by noting that Maya was in a lot of pain. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it fair for me from your note to interpret that Maya expressed that she was in pain to you?
Yes, Maya expressed she was in pain.
And what was your observation about whether or not Maya appeared to be in pain?
We began talking. It didn't appear she was in pain.
You mentioned briefly earlier that Maya's room was decorated. What do you recall about the way in which Maya's room was laid out and decorated on the times that you visited?
Maya had her bed, and then if you're laying in the bed to the right, there was like a long couch, and she had her little Shopkins dolls and all sorts of, toys, different kinds of things. I think she had her makeup stuff next to her on her bed, and she had her artwork hanging.
Did you ever observe her playing with makeup, playing with dolls, doing any artwork, anything like that?
Yes.
Was she able to use her hands?
Yes.
Did you ever have the opportunity to watch Maya trying to get around her room?
Yes, but not at this visit, I don't believe.
Okay. Well, let's just talk in general. Whenever that was, how did Maya appear to get around while you were observing her in the room?
She either moved the wheelchair over a little bit, or she asked me to move it over.
There were times she moved her own wheelchair. Is that correct? Approximately how many times did you observe Maya moving her wheelchair on her own?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let's go to our next visit here. I believe it's from November 30, 2016. It's at GAL 12. I've got it pulled up right now. So Sharon O'Leary Johnson, case number, activity date is listed as November 30, 2016. Contacted child, other location, visit, face-to-face, 3 hours. Do you see the document that I'm talking about?
Yes.
And then I note on this visit, you state, quote, I helped her with her shoes. She was very quiet, end quote. What are you describing there?
We were going to go down to play the piano in the lobby. She was quiet. She seemed sad.
Okay. Did you recall her explaining why she was sad?
No, not in particular, but in general, she missed her mom and her dad and her brother.
And it says here, quote, we went down to play the piano and she was playing well and having fun, end quote. What are you describing there in that portion of your note?
So when we started, she was sad. And then we went down and she got to play the piano and she was having fun doing it.
What do you recall about her ability to play the piano, if anything?
Pretty good for 10.
Okay. What do you mean pretty good for 10?
Well, I mean, she played with both hands and played some songs.
I understand. And where was this piano in relationship to Maya's room?
In a lobby of some sort at the hospital. I can't remember exactly, but we had to get on an elevator and go down.
And then at some point during the piano playing, you note, quote, when I went to play, she moved herself out of the way so I could access the keys, end quote. Do you see that?
Yeah.
What are you describing there in your note?
She moved herself over.
Did you have to physically move her over, or was that Maya moving herself over?
No, she moved herself.
And then at some point, it seems like her father showed up during this visit. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And it looks like, based on your note, you went back to Maya's room with Mr. Kowalski and Maya. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it appears as if Mr. Kowalski brought her some toys or some presents on this visit. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And you noted here that she was, quote, excited. And when we returned to the room, she put stuff on the couch, then moved her wheelchair from the couch to the chair and began cutting, wrapping, and untying Shopkins, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What are you describing there in that portion of your note?
What she did.
Okay. You said here, quote, she was very excited and didn't look like she was in pain. Do you see that?
Yes.
Why did you include that sentence in your note?
She was excited and cheering and and doing things and back to what the shelter order was. I was making observations for people who are experts to use however they saw fit.
I think you concluded or wrote at the end of this note here, quote, this time I didn't notice her looking like she was in pain at all, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
I mean, let me ask you this. Did you author that line at the end of this note here that says, quote, this time I didn't notice her looking like she was in pain at all, end quote?
Yes.
And what part of the visit are you referencing in that final sentence?
The piano afterwards.
Piano afterwards, that would include her visit with her father?
Correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say if you visited the child, you authored a note?
Correct.
So ma'am, I just showed you a document that is a guardian ad litem report to the court, and it's signed by Jessica Blackrick for Sharon O'Leary Johnson. Okay?
Right.
You see that document?
I do.
Okay. Is there anything in here that you disagree with in this report?
No, I don't believe so.
Ma'am, my question was, do you have any reason to believe that anything in this report is untrue?
No, I don't have any reason to believe that.
So, Ms. O'Leary Johnson, do you recall at any point helping Maya Kowalski put her shoes on?
Yes, in my notes, I wrote before we went to play the piano that I helped her put her shoes on.
What do you recall about helping Maya put her shoes on before you took her down for the piano?
Just that all I recall now is just helping her put her shoes on.
Is there anything in paragraph 3 of this report we're talking about here that says observations of the child that you believe to be incorrect?
No, I don't believe anything's incorrect.
When you got to the hospital, or if you called them beforehand, I don't know if you called them or just saw them the first time in the hospital, but when you first spoke to somebody at the hospital, what did they tell you about Maya and her condition?
Nothing.
Well, I'm not under oath, but I'm assuming you spoke to somebody at the hospital, one of the nurses or someone, about Maya's condition.
No.
And during the course of that conversation, they told you something negative about Beata Kowalski.
No.
And during the course of those conversations, they intimated that Beata was some kind of evil person that was keeping Maya from getting better. And that's why she was there. Isn't that true? Isn't that true?
Yeah.
During one of those conversations, you learned that the hospital was trying to demonstrate instances where Maya was not in pain. Isn't that true?
No.
Do you agree with me on that more than one occasion you made comments to the effect that Maya did not seem like she was in pain?
Yes.
And comments like she could move herself in the bed, roll over. You made comments like that, right?
I did not say she could roll over.
All right.
I believe in my notes, I said that she moved herself from in her wheelchair to the couch to play with the presents that her dad purchased for her.
Now, what was the purpose of that in determining Maya's best interest? Of putting that in there.
Because of my understanding, limited understanding of the shelter order. I made observations of what I saw.
Do you have any medical training whatsoever to understand exactly when someone's in pain or not in pain?
No.
You said, when I went to play, she moved herself out of the way so I could access the keys. Now, why would you say that if you weren't trying to specifically prove something?
Mr. Anderson, my job is to report what I saw and my observations and my opinion about what I saw. And that's what I documented.
No, your duty was to protect Maya, was it not?
Wouldn't say the term protect. My term I would use would be advocate.
Okay, and why advocate? Don't you advocate for Maya?
Correct.
Or are you advocating for the state?
Advocate for Maya.
Do you advocate for the hospital?
No.
But you took whatever they said to be true, correct?
I didn't talk to the hospital.
All right. Well, you say you report what you saw. Would you agree with me? It's a little unusual to pick out of all the things you saw. When I went to play, she moved herself out of the way so I could access the keys. Now, why else would a guardian ad litem possibly put that particular, out of all the interactions with that little girl, why would a guardian ad litem supposed to protect her put that scenario in?
Because it's what I saw.
Okay. All right. And so if we're talking about the actual time with Maya, we should deduct 1 to 2 hours, depending from that 3 hours, right?
I spend between probably 35 minutes to an hour with Maya on each visit.
in any event, you also said that when we returned to the room and put stuff on the couch, then moved her wheelchair from the couch to the chair and began cutting, wrapping, and untying Shopkins. Did you not?
Yes.
Okay, so why put in about her moving her wheelchair if it wasn't to try to prove a point?
Just put it in because I thought it was important to note.
Well, right after that, you say, you say she was very excited and didn't look like she was in pain. You see that?
Correct. Yeah.
And then the next sentence is, this time I didn't notice her looking like she was in pain at all. Right?
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me, to most reasonable people, it looks exactly like you were putting in instances there to try to support your conclusion that Maya wasn't in pain?
I'm not an expert on everything. I'm just reporting that it, to me, and being not an expert, she didn't appear like she was in pain. At the time, I thought it was relevant for my team to see.
Relevant for who?
My team, my child advocate manager and my attorney. To my understanding, they're the only people that see what's in Optima.
Okay. So again, like the hospital, you use a team approach, right? Go ahead. You use a team approach.
We use a team approach.
And you're saying the only goal is to reunite Maya with her family?
That's the primary goal in all our cases.
I'm asking you to connect up how putting all these comments in these notes, how does that help reunite Maya with her family?
I don't know one way or another what it was going to do. I was documenting my thing. That's all I can tell you. I wasn't trying to not reunite Maya. I wanted what was best for Maya.
Well, if we go then to the November 9th, 2016, working back, when I asked Maya how she was doing, she said she was in a lot of pain. We then began talking about various things, her artwork, going to baking class, makeup and clothes. During that discussion, she was smiling and giggling and had a great time. Farther down, you say, she didn't appear to be in pain. How is that reuniting Maya with her mom, her dad, and her brother?
To be perfectly honest with you, I don't really know the answer. I don't put those two together. It was not to do either one of those things. It was to be able to document for my team, this is what I saw in a snapshot in time.
Did your team want to help prove that Beata Kowalski was abusing Maya?
No.
And then you say in PT that when they moved her from the chair to the mat, PT, it says, it's hard to read, but when they moved her from the chair to the mat and she made faces, but as soon as they engaged in an activity, the grimace was replaced with a smile. You learned that from the physical therapist right there?
Yes, that's what the physical therapist said.
Instead of saying nothing, you said, she told me that it wasn't proper protocol to take blood pressure on a RSD patient. She made a face during the process, but once resumed talking to me, I can't read this, I'm sorry. It says, but went over resumed talking to me. Okay. So she made a face during the process, but went over, resumed talking to me. And then you also say she told me she didn't like the PT because she really shouldn't be doing it. She also told me that her maternal grandfather had pain in her legs and that her mother told her grandmother probably had RSD also because it runs in the family. So would you agree with me that you were in fact discussing Maya's illness, her reflex sympathetic dystrophy?
Maya was discussing it.
Well, what was your role in discussing it?
I don't recall other than listening to her.
Why put it in the report? Is it going to medical doctors?
Not going to medical doctors.
Then why put it in the report?
Because I wanted my team to know what I observed and what she said.
If you Googled it, you'd recognize what RSD lesions look like. Would you agree with me there?
No, I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor.
Did you ever see anything to indicate that Maya's pain wasn't completely real?
No.
So again, your primary duty is to ensure the child's returning to, or one of the primary duties is to ensure the child is returning to a safe home. Is that right?
Yeah. It's so my duties are to advocate for the child.
Advocate what for
And the goal that we have is to reunify the child with the family.
All right.
So it's kind of two separate, one's a goal, one's a responsibility.
Well, what else did you comment on other than her pain levels?
She was happy, giggling, she played the piano. She was cutting up stuff with her dolls, she played with her dolls.
Well,
There's the different things that we did.
Well, you're not a doctor, but you reported on whether you thought she had pain, right?
I reported on that it didn't appear, my opinion. Right?
But you
and
did
I reported it to my team, not to anyone else.
Okay. Would there have been occasions where you would have discussed this case with members of your team, either Ms. Blackrick or a guardian ad litem attorney?
Yes.
All right. So my understanding is you documented certain things in notes, and that's through Optima, right?
Yes.
Okay. And at other times, am I correct in concluding that you would have had oral conversations with Ms. Blackrick and perhaps Mr. Monahan?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know if all of those oral conversations get committed to writing or not?
I don't know.
Am I correct in assuming that you don't recall each and everything that you reviewed or that you spoke to in connection with your guardian ad litem services here?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you mentioned members of the guardian ad litem team. That would have been Ms. Blackrick, Mr. Monahan. Is there anybody else on the team that you would have reported to?
No.
Okay, and Ms. Crows, what's the next deposition?
Deposition of Dr. Wyndham.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good morning, Dr. Wyndham. Thank you for coming in today and taking some time out of your busy practice to answer some questions about your involvement with Maya Kowalski. I'd like to just start off by getting your name and date of birth for the record, please.
Hugh Wyndham, January 16, 1959.
Can you give me the benefit of your education and training in your specialty, starting with college and moving through fellowship, please?
Undergraduate, Duke University, medical school, Duke University, internal medicine, residency, internship, Georgetown University, allergy immunology, Johns Hopkins University.
Can you please explain what an allergist and immunologist does?
Cares for patients, adult and children with allergic and immunologic conditions ranging from respiratory, skin, drug reactions, insect reactions, immune deficiencies.
And you indicated you treat both pediatric and adult patients?
Correct.
Are you able to estimate what percentage of your practice is pediatric versus adult?
We always see about 25% kids, 25% Medicare, and another in between.
You do have some staff privileges at some local hospitals, correct? Which ones do you have privileges at?
Sarasota Memorial Hospital, and I guess consulting at Doctor's Hospital, and do the same thing at Lakewood Ranch.
Okay. And I also see here that you are or were an associate clinical professor of medicine at USF, College of Medicine.
And indeed, in both FSU and USF.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
25 years.
And do you have any board certifications?
In internal medicine and allergy and immunology.
Where have you practiced since you were completing your fellowship in allergy and immunology?
Here in Sarasota.
Do you have any independent recollection of treating Maya Kowalski or interacting with her mother, Beata Kowalski?
No.
Okay. It's fair to say you'll be chart-driven today?
I'll chart-driven.
In other words, you're going to rely on what you documented back in 2015. And your paperwork indicates that the referring physician here was a John Wassenaar.
Correct.
Do you know who Dr. Wassenaar is?
Yes.
What's your experience with Dr. Wassenaar?
All good.
So a reference to Dr. Kreisman below there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Dr. Kreisman is?
Yeah, Dr. Jones, yep.
And do you know what his specialty is?
Pulmonary.
Pulmonary. The prescriptions that Maya Kowalski was on and over-the-counter medications, according to this new patient questionnaire, were what?
Qvar, albuterol, Claritin, Flonase, prednisone, a cough medication. I think there's another thing. I can't read the other one. HVI, MVI, multivitamins, probiotic.
Okay. Can you please explain what Qvar? Let's explain what all these medications are.
Qvar is an inhaled steroid for asthma. Albuterol is a bronchodilator for asthma. Claritin is an antihistamine. Flonase is a nasal steroid. Prednisone is an oral steroid. Cough medicine is cough medicine, and multivitamins and probiotics.
The information relayed to you under respiratory allergies, subsection 3, what are listed there as things that exposure that would make Maya worse?
Right.
What's listed there?
Oh, cat, dust, smoke, mold, pollen.
Okay. And on 7, it indicates that Maya had been hospitalized previously for asthma.
Right, just a few days prior.
And what was the day of the first presentation?
June 24th.
2015?
Correct.
And was it the first time that you, to your knowledge, ever saw Maya Kowalski?
Correct.
And then under subsection 2, subsection D, can you please list off the types of steroids that were listed here?
Where are you?
Subsection 2D. Yeah.
One circled or the one?
Orapred, yeah.
Yeah.
So she's at Orapred every 1 to 2 months.
And what is Orapred?
Orapred's an oral steroid.
Oral steroid.
Like prednisone.
Okay. Is it similar to prednisone?
It basically is, yes, liquid form.
Prednisone. And prednisone can come in different forms.
Pretty much.
Liquid or pill
Liquid, oral, IV.
What was reported to you as her daily activities?
Gymnastics.
I believe that says ice skating.
Sounds good. Ice skate.
Okay. All right. And we'll talk about what you actually observed and what was reported to you. I'd like to flash forward now to WAAS 1, which is what appears to be a consult note from your office dated June 24, 2015. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, this is the first time that you saw Maya Kowalski?
Correct.
Okay. What was the reason for the appointment?
They wanted to discuss several things, some allergies to airborne allergens, review their previous testings, and deal with their breathing problems and cough.
And what were some of the symptoms that were reported to you under chest?
It went back into the previous week when she was hospitalized, but currently she was doing better. Just started coughing that day, just here in the office.
And it indicates here that Mom gave 20 milligram prednisone that night, correct?
That goes back to when the flare was, 10 days ago.
And that was 2 days ago?
10 days ago.
10 days ago. So there was a flare 10 days ago before presenting to you?
Exactly, and I was evaluating that.
Okay, and what does it indicate that Mother did in response to this flare-up?
She gave 20 milligrams of prednisone that night and ended up in the hospital the next day.
Okay, and when was prednisone ended?
4 days ago, so it's like a 5 or 6 day course.
And what is prednisone, doctor?
Against an oral steroid for inflammation.
Okay. Is it commonly given for patients with asthma?
Yes.
Were you aware of what Maya Kowalski's prednisone action plan was?
No, but I did, when I looked at Kreisman's note from the day before, I guess it was Kreisman's, they talked about an action plan. I don't recall if I ever saw her action plan.
I'd like to represent to you that Dr. Kreisman has documented and also testified that the action plan indicated that if Maya dipped into a quote-unquote red zone,
Right.
Based on a peak flow meter, that she was to be given prednisone,
Sure, that's
60 milligrams times 1, albuterol as well, and call Dr. Kreisman's office or call a local emergency room.
Correct.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
No,
of what the
but
action plan was?
that's standard of care. So
Okay, that sounds like a standard action plan.
Yeah.
In terms of red zones for patients with suspected asthma, what is your customary cutoff for the use of prednisone with respect to oxygen saturations?
Oh, specifically oxygen saturation?
Yes.
That's something we don't often have, but it's usually a collection of symptoms and findings. But in reference to oxygen saturation, we'd say under 94, something like that. It depends on what that patient's done before. If it's a COPD patient, they live at 94, so it has to be under 90. So
But for a patient like Mike,
for an asthmatic, normally lives at 98, probably under 94 maybe.
Okay.
But we don't isolate drugs on one finding. It's how the patient's doing, how long it's been going on for, how they're sleeping at night, et cetera.
Same question for a peak flow meter.
That's subjective. The problem with that device is if you don't try very hard, it's not going to be very good. So we don't use that a lot, but it's always been historically part of the action plan, but it's faulty.
Anything remarkable under the social history?
Nope.
Hospitalization, major diagnostic procedure, asthma. What's the significance of that document or that note in your document?
Just to indicate that she's been hospitalized for asthma before.
Can you please describe what your physical examination was on
It was pretty
June
normal.
of 2015?
It was pretty normal. There was mild nasal mucosal edema, mild cobblestone in the back of the throat, which usually indicates drainage, posting of the drainage. And everything else, some hypopigmented areas in the folds of her arms and behind her knees, which goes along with the history of eczema.
Okay. And I see here in the first line that you note the patient was pleasant, NAD. What is the significance of that documentation?
To be truthful, it's kind of a default, but as long as someone's not in distress or sitting there febrile shaking, we all say pleasant, no apparent distress.
And
NAD.
you had a chance to also observe the patient's lungs, correct?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Listening to her back with the stethoscope.
And what was the finding of your lung
It
examination?
was clear and no abnormal breath sounds were heard.
And what is the significance of that, doctor?
At that moment, her lungs were clear.
We're going to move over to WAS 3 now, okay? There's a section here, assessment, correct?
Yes.
Is that your assessment?
Correct.
And these are the assessments that you
Correct.
you put in the chart after your observation of the patient.
Correct.
What were your assessments?
Allergic asthma, allergic rhinitis, allergic conjunctivitis, atopic dermatitis, food reaction, family history of allergy.
And then asthma allergic. What is allergic asthma?
Asthma can be allergic and non-allergic. More often in kids, there's an allergy component, so that means allergies as a contributing factor to their airway.
And as a result of these assessments, I see here that you came up with 4 different treatment plans, correct?
Correct.
And what was the treatment for the allergic asthma?
To continue her current regimen of that inhaled steroid QVAR, and to have the reliever albuterol or ProAir available as needed.
And that was something that Maya was already on by the time she saw you?
It's just continuation, so no change.
And so the event that you're referencing there, that would have been something that was either from reported to you by either Beata Kowalski or Maya Kowalski?
Yeah, I didn't have workers in the hospital.
Okay. And can you read the next line in your entry from there?
I said the cough that seemed to start when each day sounds like a habit cough occurring every 15 seconds in a healthy, well-appearing girl with normal lung sounds.
Doctor, what is a habit cough?
Habit cough is kind of a oftentimes involuntary, but a cough that kids will do, some adults will do it as well. And it can become self-perpetuating. It's not due to underlying airway disease, it's more of an upper airway throat clearing cough.
What do you mean by self-perpetuating?
Well, if you cough long enough, you do irritate the airways, and nerve endings do get ticklish, and then you'll actually have a cough from that irritation. Just distracting yourself, you'll eventually hurt yourself and have a problem.
I'll represent to you, doctor, that there are some records pertaining to Maya Kowalski that reference a psychogenic cough. Do you know what a psychogenic cough is?
It would be similar. Yep.
Is there any distinction or difference between a psychogenic cough and a habit cough?
No, I guess it's just a different word for the same thing.
When you reference a habit cough here, doctor, are you referring to an underlying pathology that caused that cough?
I don't know what it was caused by, but I would. It would dismiss asthma is what it would do, or dismiss some other lung pathology, but it's not saying what it is.
And you also noted here that she was a happy, well-appearing girl?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
That she wasn't in distress, wasn't struggling to breathe, wasn't using accessory muscles, wasn't any form of distress.
You also note here, doctor, that she, Maya, apparently had a normal spirometry yesterday, end quote. Do you see that?
Right.
What was the source of this information that she had a normal spirometry?
When I say apparently, that means I didn't see the record. I subsequently got the record I just saw this morning, and it was normal.
Okay, and what is spirometry?
The breathing test. The breathing test she had the day before at the pulmonary office. So mom must have mentioned, or dad must have mentioned that they told me it was good. Terrible, they tell you it was good, and then they told she must have used the word normal.
Have you had a chance as of today to review spirometry readings for Maya Kowalski prior to the presentation on June 24, 2015 to your office?
I have now, yes.
What spirometry record did you review for Maya Kowalski?
From the day before, so the 23rd, I believe.
Do you recall where that spirometry test was
performed? Wherever, pulmonary office, I don't recall.
And what were the results of that spirometry test?
It looked normal.
And what again is a spirometry test?
A pulmonary function test.
PF, also known as PFT.
Correct.
In patients with asthma, do you often see normal or abnormal spirometry tests?
Well, you can see both. Asthma is a labile disease that can be terrible one day and be good another day.
Okay.
But when it's good, it gives you confidence that there is hope, and they're not always chronically inflamed.
Now, your next line, you say, quote, something doesn't fit here, end quote. What did you mean when you documented that?
That's my little reminder to keep an open eye to a case that's not a round hole and round peg. That something didn't seem right. Not that I knew what it was, but we don't normally see that normal tests in settings of ER and hospital visits, and that's all. The first visit, there wasn't much more to it than that.
It says, quote, turns out they have a pulse ox, and last week when, quote, so sick, end quote, it dropped to 96%, end quote. What is the significance of that notation, doctor?
That if someone was having severe asthma, it would have dropped lower than that.
Lower than 96%?
Correct.
Is 96% within normal limits for a child like Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
What is the normal reference range for oxygen saturations in a patient like Maya Kowalski?
96 to 100.
And then you document here, quote, something is really not right. This is not just asthma, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is the significance of that notation?
Again, just to remind me at future visits that we need to keep an open eye. It may just be asthma, but there are some cases that we'd like to make sure we're not tunnel vision dealing with one thing.
You're familiar with the concept of a differential diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
And what were some of the things that you were considering at this point on the differential diagnosis for Maya Kowalski?
I don't know if I had much in mind at that early stage. And then when she's seen a pulmonary already, that still makes me wonder if they got it right. And we would just want to get more information over time to see how it all pans out.
And then you note here, quote, I have not changed her asthma med yet. If anything, I'd consider reducing them. Do you see that?
Correct.
Were you, as of June 24, 2015, considering reducing Maya Kowalski's asthma medications?
Because of the disconnect between symptoms and testing, both spirometry, pulmonary function, and pulse oximetry, that we always want to do no harm, and too much medicine can do harm.
Did you notice any rashes or lesions on the patient as of June 24, 2015?
Didn't record it, no.
Okay. And would that be something that you would have recorded in your ordinary practice if it had existed?
Yeah, probably.
And she's been avoiding shrimp, correct?
Correct.
And she's avoiding shrimp since 4 years of age?
Yes.
And that was on what date?
Follow-up visit on July 1st, 2015.
The HPI, history of present illness, would this be information provided by mom or the patient, or is this also something that you may have personally observed?
It's our interpretation of the history that we take from the patient and family.
Okay. Now, I note here that chest symptoms include cough and SOB, that's shortness of breath.
Correct.
Flared after leaving here last week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This would have been per a patient or family report?
That's in this history, okay. So yes.
So I'd like to know the source of the information to the best of your ability here for the Comment,
this whole
quote, chest symptoms include a cough and SOB flared after leaving here last week, end quote.
Yeah, the whole HPI is a history taken from whoever was in the room.
And then the next line here says, quote, even though her pulse ox was 96, mom gave her 40 mg prednisone and albuterol 2 puffs, Q 20 minutes, time 4, and drove to ER, but it was busy, so they left, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What would have been the source of that information?
The family.
So what is the significance of the documentation, quote, even though her pulse ox was 96, mom gave her 40 mg prednisone and albuterol 2 puffs, Q 20 minutes, times 4, end quote.
Just to raise a little question about the severity of the attack.
And I think you testified earlier that if a pulse ox is below 94, you could get prednisone.
Yes.
Okay, but above 94%, so above...
Depends on other circumstances as well, but there again, that's just kind of a red flag that we want to keep an eye on.
So based on the totality of the information you had as of July 1, 2015, what is your opinion about giving 40 milligrams of prednisone and 2 puffs of albuterol Q 20 minutes times 4 with a pulse ox of 96?
On the surface, I would just wonder if that's overtreatment.
Okay. You had a chance to review the Venice Regional emergency room records associated with that visit, correct?
Yes.
Just describe generally the course of treatment at Venice Regional.
Basically, she went through triage, which means they just checked in. And there's a discussion of pain.
Where was that pain?
In the throat. Currently 8 out of 10 on the pain scale. Behavior is anxious, it says. And then the only objective evaluation, are vital signs.
And what were the vital signs on June 24, 2015?
Her pulse was elevated at 136, respiration is 22, normal temperature. Pulse ox was 100% on room air.
What does that mean, pulse ox 100% on room air?
And it was normal. She was oxygenating well.
Was she in a red zone?
No.
Okay. What else occurred at Venice Regional based on your review of Exhibit 2?
Been placed. This is taking too long. They left the premises. They left at 2018. They only got there at
2018 would be what, 8:18 p.m.?
Yeah.
Do you know what time they arrived?
It's 6 till 8.
6 till 8, so 7:54 p.m.
Yeah.
And they departed.
They were there 22 minutes.
22 minutes and departed.
Yes.
Based on your review of Exhibit 2, how long were the Kowalskis at the emergency room?
Minutes for the 6:22.
22 minutes?
Yes. 24. We're doing that. Better 18 and 6. 24.
24 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Any indication from the emergency room records that the patient was in apparent distress with respect to her pulmonary function?
Mentions cough. She started with a bit of cough, but it progressively got worse. She had prednisone due to this almost history. Since 6 p.m. tonight, patient coughing nonstop in triage. Breath sounds clear.
Oh, so the breath sounds were also noted to be clear?
Yes.
What was the pulse ox, doctor?
100%.
And what were the results of breath sound testing?
Breath sounds clear.
Okay. I'll turn back to your WAS 005 consult note authored by you July 1, 2015.
Yes.
We'll pick up where we left. After departing from Venice Regional, what was reported to you about Maya's condition?
Apparently she improved on the way home.
Okay. And then, quote, the week prior she had a 2-day hospitalization for the same thing, end quote. You see that?
Yeah.
Would that have been per patient report?
Yes.
Okay. You also indicate here that, quote, she finished prednisone yesterday, end quote. You see
Yes,
that?
yes.
Would that have been per patient or mother report?
Yes.
Okay. Quote, nocturnal awakening due to breathing problems, none, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is the significance of that finding on the HPI?
That's a question we always ask, because severe asthma will cause nocturnal awakenings. If they're not having it, that's encouraging.
And were nocturnal awakenings happening here?
No.
So it indicates here she uses a bronchodilator infrequently, correct?
That's what it says.
What is a bronchodilator?
That'd be albuterol.
Okay, and that's like an inhaler?
Yes.
Okay. History of asthma since 7 years old, but had croup episodes earlier requiring hospitalization a few times. You see that?
Correct.
HENT. Current symptoms include minimal upper respiratory problems now, end quote. Do you see that?
Yep.
What's the significance of that documentation?
That the upper airway is doing well.
And you noted that the nasal secretions are clear.
Correct.
Now, we know that you did some epicutaneous skin testing. We talked a little bit about that earlier. What were the results of that skin testing?
The results are in bold, and it's positive: trees, Bermuda grass, a few molds, cat, dog, and cockroach.
In other words, based on your documentation, Maya was allergic to a few things, right?
Correct.
And what she was allergic to trees, right?
Yes, yep.
Any specific type of tree?
Oak, Australian pine, bayberry, birch, beech.
Oh, allergies. Okay, and so there's a family history of allergies.
Exactly.
And I think you said that allergies tend to run in families.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. I see here that you say, quote, I was disappointed to hear that she ended up on a week of high-dose oral steroids the night she left here last week, end quote. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And when she left here last week, that's a reference to June 24, 2015?
Correct.
The consult we've already talked about?
Correct.
Why did you note that you were disappointed that Maya ended up on a week of high-dose oral steroids?
Well, I don't like anybody getting sick. I don't like anybody having to use steroids.
Okay.
So more a reference just to be personal.
Would you defer to other providers, though, that had prescribed steroids?
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that's unfortunate to hear that she ended up having this happen.
Okay. And I think we talked a little bit about Maya's asthma action plan. Did you see anything incorrect with her action plan?
Yeah.
I think
no, but as things go on, then talking about the pulse oximetry needs to be looked at.
And I think you referenced earlier that red zone action plan was standard of care.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So moving forward here, you indicate, quote, the cough started here in the office, a classic habit cough with normal exam and peak flow rate, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the significance of that entry?
Just again, put that flare in context with the contacts I saw that day, and then she was in the ER the next day. So just kind of saying that's how she was the day before.
So when you're saying the cough started here in the office, are you referencing on June 24?
Exactly.
Did you observe a classic habit cough or did you observe any cough on July 1 of 2015?
No, I don't believe so. Okay. But we didn't do an exam. But there's no history, I don't think. But we're going to do an exam on a skin test visit. Just have the testing.
Okay, this is more for skin testing.
Yes, but she wasn't coughing at the time.
All right. So if she was coughing on July 1, 2015, would you have made note to that?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. Usually we'd say still coughing or it said she improved on the way home, so I must have said that's kind of where it ended.
Gotcha. So is it fair to say that this reference here is referencing items that occurred before July 1 of 2015?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. And that would include, quote, even later that evening at home with worsening cough and SOB, her pulse ox was 96%, end quote?
Yeah.
Okay. Like it was the week before when she went to the hospital, end quote?
Yes.
Again, that's a reference to what happened prior to July 1 of 2015.
Right.
And then, quote, it says here, I have advised mom not to use steroids when her pulse ox is, I believe it says greater than 94%, end quote?
Yes.
And why did you make that recommendation?
Because, again, things weren't adding up.
Okay. What do you mean things weren't adding up?
And she was getting serious treatment for numbers that were close, if not in the normal range.
And I see a reference here to, quote, her parents were arguing about taking her to ER, comma, so I wonder what role family dynamics are playing, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the significance of that entry?
I guess, I mean, just to kind of throw in that variable for good or bad. It's hard to know. I think whenever anybody's going to the ER and have sick kids, stress takes a place, but just pointing it out.
How did you come to learn that the parents were arguing about taking her to the ER?
Because I think I read from mentioned that dad didn't want her to go or something like that. So
to the best of your knowledge, dad didn't want to take the child to the ER?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this.
I come up with that somewhere.
Please tell me what you meant when you documented, quote, her parents were arguing about taking her to ER, so I wonder what role family dynamics are playing, end quote.
I don't know. I don't remember the conversation, but somewhere in there it must have been mentioned that one parent wanted to head to the ER and one didn't. But that's not uncommon with allergic reactions or asthma, that everybody has a different judgment of how severe it is. So it's really just a reference to what I was told.
And so what did you recommend for the, quote, big time allergies the patient had?
That allergy shots or allergen immunotherapy would be a therapeutic option. And apparently they consented and wanted to proceed with it, so we were going to move forward in that direction.
What is allergy immunology, doctor?
Immunotherapy.
Immunotherapy. What is
allergy shots?
Allergy shots.
So we desensitize patients to ragweed, cats, dogs, trees, weeds.
Was there ever any follow-up for these injections?
No.
Was there any follow-ups with your office?
No. Okay. Oh, yeah, we try to call them to remind them. I'd have to see if there's a telephone encounter. I thought it was, but I think it said she was sick and they didn't want to start the time yet. We did call.
Okay, so the best of your knowledge, there was never any follow-up on treatment number 2 for allergic rhinitis?
They did not proceed with it.
To the best of your knowledge, was there any follow-up for the treatment recommendation for allergic rhinitis?
They did not return for shots.
Okay. How do you know the patients did not return for shots?
They didn't see them again for 2 more years.
You have a note here that indicates, quote, her skin is doing well, just the residual hypopigmentation, end quote.
Yeah.
So as of this date, is it fair to say you didn't observe any abnormal skin lesions or ailments?
Right.
Okay. You didn't see those?
Did not.
When did you recommend the patient to follow up for the allergic rhinitis treatment?
They could start whenever it's convenient for them, so people will start the next week, 2 weeks later, whenever they're ready to come in and start the allergy shots.
Okay. And you also notice here follow-up in 4 months, correct?
That would then be to see me at the visit to make sure there's progress on the allergy shots, but shots could have started any time.
And to your knowledge, that didn't happen?
Did not happen.
Okay. Did she follow up in 4 months?
No.
Did she follow up with the shots?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to fast forward here to WAS 8. That's a March 13, 2017 note authored by yourself. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. And the date on that progress note, March 13, 2017, right?
Correct.
That is how many months or years had elapsed since you last saw Maya Kowalski?
Like, 21 months.
I believe the last visit was what? July 1, 2015?
20 months.
About 20 months. Okay. 1 year, 8 months. Yeah, 20 months. Okay. And again, the primary care physician is still Dr. John Wassner. All right. Under reason for appointment, it is indicated that the patient has been doing well. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. What's the significance of that entry?
That's just the nurse putting that in there, so I'm not sure.
Okay. And what has the patient been doing for allergies or asthma based on reason for appointment?
She's been taking Claritin and Flonase for her nasal symptoms. Her asthma's doing well with low dose inhaled steroid Flovent. And she's not been eating her rescue or reliever, albuterol.
And is that the ProAir?
Yes.
So ProAir is just what a brand
Relief,
name?
Bronchodil, yeah, exactly.
Brand name for albuterol?
Yes.
Okay. Albuterol inhaler.
Right.
Okay. Under history of present illness, again, this is something that would have been provided per patient or family report.
Yes, right.
It indicates that, quote, she has been doing well since last office visit.
Yes.
Okay. And that last office visit was July 1, 2015.
Correct.
There's also a report here that the patient had minimal problems with breathing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any nocturnal awakening due to breathing problems? And it indicates again that she's been using her bronchodilator infrequently.
Correct.
Okay. Is some of this a carryover too?
Yes, the rest of the details carryover, yeah.
And under HENT, I think we have some carryover here as well.
Nothing's changed.
Under HENT, it indicates, quote, current symptoms include minimal upper respiratory problems now, end quote.
Now, that's the current report, and the rest is carryover.
All right. And what's the significance of minimal upper respiratory problems now?
Into her nose, her allergic rhinitis is doing well.
Okay. And skin, again, it looks like that's a carryover.
Correct.
Under MSK there, do you see musculoskeletal?
Yes.
Would this have been per patient report?
Correct.
All right. Pain in her legs for the past 2 years, now in a wheelchair, end quote. All right. She'd been diagnosed with RSD or regional pain disorder. Do you hold yourself out as someone with a special expertise or knowledge of complex regional pain syndrome?
Not at all.
Do you know what it is?
No.
What were her vital signs on this day?
Peak flow rate was 250. Her weight was, we must not have weighed her, she was in the wheelchair. Her blood pressure was 120/80, heart rate 100, respiratory rate 20.
Are any of those outside of normal limits?
No.
Blood pressure, significance of that?
All right. Blood pressure is normal.
And then respiratory rate?
That's normal.
And then you did a physical examination on this day too?
Correct.
And that's something you physically and personally would have done?
Right.
You indicated the patient was, quote, pleasant, correct?
Yes.
And again, you said that she was NAD, correct?
Right.
And what does NAD stand for?
No apparent distress.
Did you notice anything abnormal with her eyes?
No.
What about her ears?
Nope.
What about her nose?
Normal nose, normal sinuses, oral cavity.
Oral cavity was normal?
Normal.
What about the neck?
Neck, heart rate, rhythm is normal, and lungs were clear. Again. clear without rash.
What is the significance of a finding the lungs are clear bilaterally?
Just there's no obstruction of the airway, no abnormal lung sounds that would bring attention to a lung condition.
And you note here, skin, quote, clear without rash, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the significance of that finding?
Their eczema was not active.
All right. And if you had noticed active eczema, is that something that you would have documented?
Yes.
And then that's something that, as an immunologist and allergist, you
keep an eye on.
You keep an eye on because allergies often present on the skin.
Exactly.
And you note under allergic rhinitis treatment, quote, this is the first time I've seen her in a few years, end quote, correct? Yeah. And you had recommended for more frequent follow-ups than 20 months, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Quote, she remains on a lot of meds despite doing so well, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
What's the significance of that entry?
Her nose actually done very well, and maybe not doing shots is totally fine because she's doing so well. And at the same time, she probably might not need medication. So
okay,
we always try to back off when people are doing well.
And you indicated, quote, let's cut back on Claritin and the nose sprays, end quote.
Right.
What was that a reference to? What specific medications were you referencing we should cut back on?
Those two, Claritin, which is the antihistamine, and Flonase, which is the nose spray.
Okay. Asthma, mild, intermittent. Quote, she should also try cutting back meds here too, end quote, correct?
Right.
You see, why did you recommend that Maya should also try cutting back on meds here too?
Well, just like when people are bad, we add medications. When people are well, we see if things can be cut back. So it would just be a time to see if the asthma improves and we go off it.
And what medication specifically you were referencing here that she should try to cut back on?
The inhaled steroid, Flovent.
Any other ones?
No.
Okay. And then under atopic dermatitis, also known as eczema, you indicate here, quote, her skin is doing well, end quote. You see just the residual hypopigmentation, correct?
Yep.
And that was the same hypopigmentation we talked about from back in 2015?
Yes.
And you noted that her skin was doing well. What's the significance of that entry?
Just to demonstrate that it was not active and didn't need to be addressed further.
And what was your recommended follow-up plan here?
Somebody has needed, I don't know what I said, but 1 year.
1 year. To the best of your knowledge, was there ever any other follow-up with Maya Kowalski?
No.
To your knowledge, is she still treating with you?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, based on your review of Exhibit 3, what was the action plan for Maya Kowalski with respect to prednisone and her asthma flare-ups as of June of 2015?
It's in number 4, their plan. They should immediately dose her with prednisone 60, then provide 8 phosphonabirol or 2 vials of the nebulizer and give us a call.
And that is if she, quote, falls into the red zone, end quote?
Correct, yeah.
What, to the best of your knowledge, what does that mean, the red zone?
Well, you get someone's baseline peak expiratory flow rate on the peak flow meter, and then you do percentage drops. So the first drop is 20% would be green zone. That's okay. You can do within 20%. Your 20 to 40 is yellow. If you're below 40% lower than normal, you're in a red zone or danger zone.
So, to the best of your recollection and knowledge here, prednisone was to only be given if the patient was in a red zone?
Correct.
Prednisone would not be given if the patient was in a green zone?
Correct.
What was the other zone that was referenced?
Well, it's green, yellow, and red.
But based on your knowledge of the action plan, which color would correspond with prednisone use?
Red.
To the best of your knowledge, does prednisone use correlate with being in the yellow zone?
No.
Does prednisone use correlate with being in the green zone?
No.
Okay. So this was not a recommendation for daily prednisone use?
Correct.
Going back to physical examination on page 2, I'd like to go through the physical examination that was done on June 23, 2015 and ask you a few questions, okay?
Sure.
Indicates here that the patient's heart rate was 86. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that within normal limits for a patient like Maya Kowalski?
Sure.
Respirations were 20. Is that also within normal limits for a patient like Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
Oxygen saturations were 98% on room air. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
What is the significance of oxygen saturations at 98% on room air?
Normal.
Normal. Would that qualify for being in a red zone?
No.
Under general appearance, it's documented that she is, quote, healthy, well-nourished, polite, cooperative, and in no distress, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then under skin, it indicates, quote, warm, dry, intact, no rash or breakdown, end quote. Do you see that?
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, was that more or less, does that more or less comport with your findings from June 24 of 2015?
Yes.
Does that comport with your findings on subsequent follow-up visits with Maya Kowalski as documented in your chart?
Yeah.
At any point, did you see any symptoms of rash when you were treating the patient?
No, just the hypopigmentation.
And you would have documented rash if in fact it did present?
I should have.
Okay. And under lungs, it indicates clear bilaterally without wheeze, bronchi, or crackle. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is the significance of clear bilateral lung findings?
Normal lungs seem to appear to be normal at that moment.
And did that comport with your findings on June 24, 2015?
Yes.
Did that comport with your findings in subsequent office visits as documented in your chart?
Yes.
Okay. What is a wheeze?
It's an indication of bronchoconstriction in the airways. You hear air going through a small caliber bronchial tube.
Did you ever personally observe that while you were treating Maya Kowalski?
No.
And wrong eye, what is that?
It's another breath sound that indicates some inflammation of the airway or crackles, same thing.
Did you ever see that
No.
during your course of treatment with Maya Kowalski?
No.
And what are crackles?
Another indicator of either bronchitis or some sort of mucus in the airway.
Did you ever document or observe crackles while you were caring for Maya Kowalski?
No.
So no. Now, it looks like on June 23, 2015, there was also some pulmonary function tests that were done, correct?
Yes.
What were the results of the pulmonary function testing?
They were normal.
Normal. What is an FVC of 97%?
It's forced vital capacity. That's the capacity to empty your airways. And you look at predicted levels for your age and height, and she's anything over 80% is normal, and she's well above that.
She's at 97%, correct?
Yes.
FEV1 of 107%. What is that?
That's the amount of air she can express in the first second of her expiratory phase.
And what are the normal limits for a patient like Maya Kowalski?
Over 80%.
And she is at 107%?
Correct.
What is the next entry, FV1?
That's the ratio. The ratio of those two numbers.
And that's 100% correct?
Yes.
What's the clinical significance of that to you?
That's normal.
And then there's an FEF 25 to 75 of 120%. What is that?
That's your mid-flow rate, the 25 to 75th part of your total blowing. And like small airways, ability to empty air, and she's very well, 120% normal.
What is the normal reference range for that test?
Over 80.
And she's at 120%?
Yes.
And it indicates here that all of the prior tests we were talking about represent, quote, normal spirometry input. You see that?
Yes.
What is the significance of that finding?
She had a very normal test that day.
When you treated with Maya Kowalski throughout 2015 and then later in 2017, did you ever notice any abnormal spirometry?
Well, we never did one, and this is the only one I saw, so this is a snapshot in time.
Okay. You never did any pulmonary function
No,
testing?
no.
Based on your physical examination, though, did you notice any type of pulmonary issues while you were treating Maya Kowalski?
No.
You made some recommendations regarding allergy management,
Right.
What were those?
To start allergy shots.
Were those followed?
No.
You walked us through your 3 encounters with Maya, is that right?
Right.
Okay. And I believe you told us early on in your deposition that you don't have an independent recollection of her or
Correct.
or mom, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. On any of your 3 encounters with Maya, the patient, did you identify her or find her to be in the red zone?
Breathing, no.
Okay.
Doctor, I'm Greg Anderson. I represent the Kowalskis. The 2 visits you had, leaving out the 2017 visit, were prior to July 4th, 2015, which is documented as the onset of the CRPS symptoms, right? During the visits you saw, you never made a diagnosis or notations of any psychiatric or psychological issues or problems with anyone in this family, did you?
No.
And not with the child herself?
No.
Would that be correct?
Right.
Did you receive a call from anyone, any of the pediatricians at JHatch, Johns Hopkins Old Children's Hospital, asking you about your interaction with the family?
No.
Hey, members of the jury, I think this is going to be a good time for us to take lunch. Have them back at 1:30. As a reminder, we're going to be leaving today around 4-ish, okay? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information, and have a good lunch.
All right.
Okay, the jury's out of our presence. Is there anything we need to address before we leave for lunch?
No, Judge, it'd be nice to address the rest of the exhibits when we come back.
How much more time do you think you need for the exhibits?
15 minutes.
So should we just come back at 1:10 as opposed to 1:15 to give us time to do the exhibits and then address the rehearing and anything else that we need to do?
That'd be great, Jeff.
So 1:10 it is. See you after lunch.
Do you want the breakdown now?
Oh, yeah, sure, if you got it.
O'Leary Johnson, defense 32 minutes, plaintiff 1 minute.
Okay.
Every minute counts.
We round up to 5.
Well, honestly, on Dr. Alexander, you were at 9. Before we address exhibits on the Kushner reconsideration motion, I do believe that in light of Dr. Smith's testimony, the court will allow very limited testimony by the Kushners on the specific issue of what Sally Smith wore or said when she came in. We are not, however, going into everything else that the Kushners may have or may not have experienced because of it. So it's going to be a couple of questions, and then that's it.
Just for the record, the Kushners' interactions with Hoffel and Sally Smith were in August 2018, over almost 2 years after.
So I will allow it, but
It will be targeted.
I don't know if this is you or Mr. Anderson or Ms. Lawrence.
I don't know
witness.
until he tells me either. So.
It's got to be so very narrow.
Understood.
Okay. What's next? Are we
Your Honor,
exhibits?
for exhibits, yes. We would like to admit photographs 3404 1A. There's 3 of them. We're seeking to admit their recent social media postings. If you want to put those up. This was taken within I think within the last week. We can get it authenticated as to the exact date. And I can show you. I don't know if there's an objection or not.
How many are there?
There's 3.
Can we see them?
Sure. 3404 1A, 3404 2A. And 3404 6A. And this one would be from Halloween, I think, over the weekend. It was posted to social media. Any objection? No. So I'll make the proffer. These are extremely important to the defense. On direct examination of Maya Kowalski on October 13th, you need a copy of the transcript, John?
No.
On a direct examination of Maya Kowalski, she was asked about her aggravation of symptoms, and of course, in a medical malpractice trial where they're claiming aggravation, it's up to the plaintiff to be able to say this is what her baseline was, and this is how she's doing now. This was the question she was asked. Well, they actually asked it about 8 different occasions, but here's one that's specific. Page 19. How does that affect your desire to want or go out and do things? Answer. It's hard because, I'm a teenager, so I like to go out with my friends, but at the same time, I avoid a lot of things. And I've never told anyone about what happened to me until, now it's pretty public, but none of my friends knew, so they probably just thought it was weird I was being dramatic, but in reality, I just have really bad PTSD. Page 20, question, and that probably makes you, if there's a decision to go out when you don't feel so hot physically, does it add to it? Answer, for sure, yes. Page 40, I want to talk about your loss of capacity to enjoy life. Let's talk about making friends. Let's talk about making new friends. How's that going? Have you met a guy you like? Answer, well, I recently made a new friend. He's understanding. But sometimes I'll really want to go out, but at the last minute I'll cancel.
Mr. Shapiro, I remember the testimony. I don't need you to read it, so
Okay.
Is there anything else you want to say
Well, I'd be happy to read the case law. The case law is on all fours that in personal injury cases where the plaintiff is seeking intangible damages, The finder of fact is required to examine the quality of the plaintiff's life before and after the accident. It would take a great novelist like Tolstoy, Dickens, or Hemingway to use words to summarize the totality. If a photograph is worth 1,000 words, there's no better portrayal of what an individual's life was like than through photographs the individual has chosen to share through social media. And so these photographs are absolutely crucial to the defense of this case. Maya Kowalski has come to trial and testified that as a result of what All Children's has done, that she doesn't go out, that she doesn't know if she can go to college, that she doesn't know if she can go back to her school, that her quality of life is now limited or destroyed. For the first time at this trial, we're hearing for the first time, she doesn't even know if she's going to go to college. We've been prohibited from putting a single photograph in front of this jury in 2023. And I can think of nothing more important than for the jury to see she's out like a teenager. She's at homecoming, she's at prom, she looks healthy. It's a totally different depiction than what's been going on in this court. I respectfully can't foresee a reason how this would not be not just relevant to rebut the claims that she's made in this court, but absolutely necessary for us to be able to tell the jury, this is the life of Maya Kowalski today. We did not aggravate a pre-existing condition. She's out at prom, she's out in heels, has friends. It's a complete contradiction to her testimony. I struggle to see how this wouldn't be relevant.
Your Honor, first, the case cited there spoke of social media posts that the plaintiff has chosen to share. I'll point out first that these are not photos Maya Kowalski chose to share. Number two, the 3 photographs be cumulative. We would suggest that 1 photograph may be probative. Number 3, there's a 403 issue, and it's in poor taste to put in number 1 and number 3. We think number 2 is the most appropriate. They can establish through number 2, if we go back to it, please, which is the photo reel of her and her current boyfriend, that she indeed went to homecoming 2023, and she appears to be having a good time. They can make that point through that photograph. They do not need one of her friends dressed up as fairies on Halloween, or number 1 either. They're not appropriate. So we object to the cumulativeness. We object to 403 based on number 1 and number 3, perhaps 404. That's our position.
I'll give you the first 2 photos, but you're not getting the third photo on cumulative and 403 grounds.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Grouse,
Oh, yes.
or whoever's doing exhibits.
Yes, I think we're down to a couple here, Judge. On 3023, that's just needs redaction. We've agreed on what they are. I just need to have it done and show them tomorrow. On the one with the on 3192, the one with the letter, smarter people than I figured out how we should do that. So I think I was saying we'll make 1A, but instead what we've done, and we have it and we've marked it, is 3192, page 1 and page 2. That's the email with the letter. It's up, Your Honor.
Okay, 3192, 1 and 2. Any objection that as it's presented here?
No, Your Honor.
Court receives 3192-1 and -2.
Okay. 30. Oh, can I ask a different question, Judge? Because we want to get this exhibit list ready, and there's only a couple more, and if necessary, we can do them in the morning. But I really want to address that we get right the list and how it's going to be presented to the jury, because we have to work on that. Can I hand the court? So this is Excel spreadsheets don't print out great, but this is an example of an Excel spreadsheet that we created for Exhibit 1001. And so you may recall, if you turn the page, Judge, that top page on page 2 is a little messed up. I think we'll fix that. But then you can see it goes to 1002, which is not broken out, right? So we were struggling with how do we give an index type thing for the jury for 1001. That's the 1,000 pages of All Children's records. And so this is what we came up with, and I want to make sure that's what you were thinking. If not, we need to adjust.
I mean, to me, the interior pages, you probably should put it in the next column over. It might be easier, but
I'm not quite following, Judge.
okay. On Excel, you've got rows and columns.
Right.
So if right here is the main number,
yes,
then your sub number just the next.
In the same row. You're saying put the sub numbers in the same row.
Just put another column in there.
Before the description. Before the description, you're saying.
Well, you could do it before the description or in the same row. When I say a different row, it's, you've got the cells at the top, A, B, C, and D. If this is A, maybe the sub number should be in B.
Okay. And then the description in C.
In C.
Okay. Input.
Great.
Okay. Okay, I've gotten carte blanche. I like it. All right, so I understand. All right, so we will work on that. My goal, Judge, is to get that together and over to the other side. We may have some disagreements about language of the description, and I just don't know if we can get that done between now and tomorrow. So as long as we work over the weekend on the description, as long as the formatting was agreed to, that was the main thing.
The issue, though, is if I'm not seeing it, the clerk's not seeing it for the first time until Monday, and we do closing arguments on Monday, with jury deliberations beginning Tuesday morning, it doesn't give the clerk's office any time.
Understood. And so when we're putting this in Excel, the intent, though, that we would be printing these for the jury, for the clerk and for the jury?
Well, the intent was there would be something in paper and then a little thumb drive that they could search it electronically if they were so inclined.
Okay. All right.
I mean, you don't need all these graphics, just exhibit number.
Yeah, I don't know why the graphics on there. I didn't request that.
I don't think you should have separate lists for joint and separate lists for defense and separate for plaintiffs.
Okay.
Put them all, your exhibit numbers, just make them chronological and.
All right, so we don't have to identify whether it's a joint exhibit, a plaintiff's exhibit, or a defense exhibit, Judge? Just put it chronological?
Just put it.
Yeah. As far as exhibit. Well, the exhibit number's changed depending on that. So the way we had it, again, just because we have a short time, I'll make sure I get this right. We have on the Excel 3 tabs, joint, plaintiff, defense, that they could click on to bring it up. But you're saying just one tab and just longer.
It's going to be a lot easier if it's in one sheet.
Okay.
I don't know the inner workings of the courthouse. Will the clerks be here on Thursday morning when we have our discussion?
Yes.
I suggest that if they give it to us tomorrow afternoon, we will work on it overnight and have it ready Thursday morning for the court to resolve any disagreements on language.
Yeah, they'll be here Thursday.
Okay. We'll do our best. All right.
Any other exhibits?
Oh, yes, sorry. 3, 2, 2, 6, 3 and 4. I feel like we did this one, but maybe. Oh, so the purpose of this, Judge, is Maya Kowalski's description. We can take the photo out if you want, but it's can you make that larger, please, Clay? The words. So this was posted and is her description of her disease, and it's also her description of her time at Tampa General.
So you're asking, this is asking for money?
We can take out, we can take out the money part if you want. Let's see. I think she's asking them to tag Megan Trainor. I don't see an ask for money, so I missed it.
They have RSD and no money.
Oh, where's that?
So if anyone wants to please visit the link in my bio and please donate.
Oh, we can take that out. We could start with it all started July 3rd when I had my asthma attack, Judge. It's her description.
What is it that we're trying to use here?
Well, I think there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of evidence regarding her stay at Tampa General Hospital. This is her description of what occurred at that hospital.
And what day is this from again?
Can you go back, Klein? Sorry. Can you make it smaller so we have the date?
Page.
We'd have to probably tweet it. We'll have to find a judge, but it was same.
Was this prior to the October 2016?
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Relevance 403, cumulative. The jury's already aware that she likes Meghan Trainor. There's a song and video of her dancing to Meghan Trainor. The jury's already aware through the medical records of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and those at Tampa General Hospital that she had a distinct hatred for that program. This adds nothing. It's cumulative of other evidence. It's not probative of anything. And the prejudice would be what they want to do, I believe, is the statement of freaking wrong. They want to establish, again, that Maya used profanity or close to profanity. Again, so what?
Yeah.
What's that probative of?
That didn't even cross my mind, Judge, to be honest. I wish I would stop giving you.
I will say I probably have heard, I don't know how many witnesses where it seems like there's been a humongous emphasis on profanity.
That wasn't.
But I'm saying, because it, like yesterday, that witness from yesterday, the nurse, I mean, almost all of that, with the exception of like one issue, was stuff we've already heard of many times. And so I'm trying to see what this does.
Here's what this has to do with, Judge. This whole case is based on a 10-year-old girl's recollection of what happened to her in this hospital. No one else witnessed everything she talked about. The dad's testimony is based on what Maya told him. Everything is based on a 10-year-old girl's recollection, 8 years later or whatever, on what happened to her in that hospital. This is her recollection of what happened to her at Tampa General Hospital. And I think it's important that the jury see her perspective of what happened in Tampa General Hospital as well. Because the whole case is based on her recollection. Everything about Kathy Beatty is based on Maya's 10-year-old testimony about what happened. This is her recollection of how poorly she was treated at Tampa General Hospital. It goes to her state of mind. It goes to that issue. And I think that's why it's relevant. It had nothing to do with the fact that she used freaking. I didn't even notice that, to be honest.
Well, the problem is this case.
And when RSD started. Sorry.
Is there any doubt that July 2015 date is? I mean, is anyone disputing that?
Yes, there's also evidence already in from the mom saying it started earlier than that. My recollection that started in June. And they also are alleging that it started from a twisted ankle that happened quite some time ago. And they're saying that it was a slow build. It didn't start right away. There's evidence that, yes, it did start right away. It's all over the map, Judge. And this is further evidence of that. But again,
how does that talk to us about medical malpractice that either did or did not happen in October of 2016 in Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, which is not even in the same county? How does it talk to us about what happened in that hospital as far as battery and intentional infliction of emotional distress and false imprisonment? I don't see how this is anything other than cumulative.
because, Judge, this is Maya's own words, as opposed to her mother, as opposed to her dad. This is Maya's own words, and her description of what happened to her at Tampa General Hospital. It shows her state of mind. It shows what causes her to believe that that was the worst thing that ever happened to her.
And this is before the hospitalization at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital.
Yes, but it shows her perspective, because this whole case is based on that.
I'm sorry, Ms. Cross, you've got this evidence in 14 different ways already.
All right, we'll proffer it, please.
What's next?
1 second, please.
Because the jury is here and ready to go.
Oh, okay, Judge, I think the other one that we have to talk about is the performance evaluations. That's gonna take a few minutes, I believe.
Okay.
So we don't need it for today. We don't need any of the others for today.
Well, after we let the jury go, let's see if there's any time to address any more exhibits, because we are desperately short of time.
We only have like two, I think, 2 or 3. And I would say, Judge, the clerk advised me that 3035 has already been admitted. That was admitted on October 20th.
The Moore's Children's Hospital records?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury. Okay, please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Correct. And no one approached you about this case. Is that correct? Correct. And no media involvement. Is that correct? Correct. From the defense, who's next?
Defense calls Dr. Jenny Dolan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Please report. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the jury, please?
I'm Jenny Dolan. I'm Dr. Dolan.
And what is your current position?
I'm the chief of pediatric anesthesia at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Can you please provide the jury with the benefit of your education, training, and background from where you went to school, all the way through residency, fellowship, that type of thing?
I did medical school in Colombia. I went to a Jesuit private medical school. The name was Javeriana University. It was an 8-year medical program. After I finished with medical school, then I did my social service year at the same institution. I was the director of the laboratory of physiology, and I was a physiology instructor for the School of Medicine. During that same year, I also did a program in business administration. Then, after I finished with my social service year, I moved to the U.S. and I did my surgical internship at Jackson Memorial Hospital with the University of Miami, followed by a 3-year residency program in anesthesia, again at the University of Miami. And then I did a pediatric anesthesia fellowship with the Jackson Memorial and Miami Children's and with the University of Miami. And in the last 5 years, I obtained a master's in public health from the George Washington University in DC.
Can you tell the jury what your board certifications are?
I'm a board certified anesthesiologist, and I'm also a board certified pediatric anesthesiologist.
And do you contribute to any national organizations in your field of pediatric anesthesiology?
Yes, I am an active member at the national level. I am an active member of the Society of Pediatric Anesthesia. I am also a member of the Committee of Pediatrics in the Florida Society of Anesthesia, and I am a voting member of an organization that is called Wake Up Safe, which is the safety arm of the Society of Pediatric Anesthesia. And this organization is dedicated to provide and enhance and for the betterment of the pediatric patient under anesthesia care.
What about committees at All Children's Hospital where you're currently employed? Do you contribute to any committees and things of that nature?
I belong to multiple committees. I would say the few more important ones will be performance patient improvement program that's called PIPS. I work closely with surgeons in the same thing, improving the care of the surgical patient undergoing pediatric general anesthesia. Then I'm the leading anesthesiologist in something that is called COSP, which is Comprehensive Unit-Based Safe Program. We use teamwork. We use the science of safety, and we identify opportunities for improvement. So I am heavily involved in safety and quality, and I'm also a member of the Controlled Substance Committee, where we monitor the use of controlled substance throughout the institution, and we make sure that we follow the regulations.
Dr. Dolan, have you contributed to the literature in your field of pediatric anesthesiology? And you don't have to list every publication, but if you could tell the jury a little bit about your contribution to the scholarship in your field.
I have 2 publications in pain. One of them is a randomized control study, which what it means is that it is important, it's good, the basis of the research is good. And my last 2 publications, one is where we use the theory of change and visual analytics and data to improve the management of controlled substances in the perioperative area. And then my last publication, it was on June and this summer, and it's in the main journal of pediatric anesthesia, and it is about cardiovascular arrest in the pediatric population.
Dr. Dolan, are you familiar with the use of ketamine in pediatric patients?
I'm very familiar with ketamine. Ketamine is a drug that we use frequently. It's part of our education. In general, it's something that we are very familiar with it.
In your experience, is ketamine used for the treatment of pediatric CRPS?
It's not the first line of treatment. In general, you try to use other therapeutic measures that don't involve medication. The standard of care of CRPS in the pediatric population.
Maybe approach. Yeah.
Dr. Dolan, in your experience as a pediatric anesthesiologist, what are the treatment modalities that you're familiar with for the treatment of pediatric CRPS?
Physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy.
Have you ever, in your experience, have you seen high dose, anesthetic dose ketamine used for the treatment of pediatric CRPS?
Never in my almost 20 years of pediatric experience.
Was there a time that you came to render care and treatment to Maya Kowalski at All Children's Hospital on October 7th of 2016?
Yes.
Who on your pain team at All Children's Hospital first encountered Maya Kowalski on October 7th of 2016?
From my pain team, that will be my nurse practitioner, Kay Rhodes.
And so Nurse Rhodes was the first person to talk to the family and see Maya?
Correct.
And that was on October 7th?
Correct.
After your nurse practitioner met with Maya and her family, can you describe your initial investigation into Maya's care before you actually saw Maya?
Yes, my nurse practitioner had spoken with the family, and then she also had a conversation over the phone with the pain doctor that was taking care of them. She showed me the information, and it was my understanding that.
Sustained.
At any point, did you come to know the doses that Dr. Hanna had administered to Maya Kowalski the day before she came to All Children's Hospital on October 7, 2016?
Yes.
She can answer that.
Yes, I myself called Dr. Hanna.
And what was your understanding of the doses that Dr. Hanna was providing to Maya Kowalski the day prior to her arrival at Johns Hopkins?
My understanding was that he was giving 1,250 milligrams of ketamine. He gave 4 milligrams of Versed, 1,750 milligrams of magnesium sulfate, and he said that he gave them over 4 hours. And it was my understanding that he no longer felt safe or comfortable and that the treatment had failed. And that's why he was sending her to us.
And we'll get to your documentation from October 7th later, but did you enter into your note on October 7th what you just testified to the jury about Dr. Hanna's dosing?
Correct.
Did you do any other investigation into Maya's case after talking with Dr. Hanna before you saw Maya on October 7th?
Yeah, the first thing, when I saw when my nurse practitioner spoke to me, I thought that she made a mistake. Then after I spoke with him, I was very alarmed by the doses. Those are lethal, toxic doses, what she was getting. And I was very concerned, but at the same time, I questioned myself. I said, well, maybe this is something that I just don't know, maybe this is something in the adult pain world. So I called one of my colleagues from residency. Then I also called, and he's an adult pain doctor. Then I also called Dr. Richard Elliott, who is a pediatric anesthesiologist and pain management doctor. And I confirmed my beliefs that those doses, that my concerns were real, And after I spoke with them, then I did my own literature search.
And after this investigation, did you arrive at a conclusion about the propriety of the doses that Dr. Hanna was administering the day before?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you have some concerns about the doses that Dr. Hanna was using?
Absolutely.
I'm going to overrule that objection.
Why don't we segue now, move over towards your first encounter with Maya Kowalski and her family on October 7th. Do you have an independent recollection of that initial encounter?
Yes, I went to the room. The first time I saw Maya awake, she was very pale, thin, agitated. She had big dark circles around her eyes. She was in the middle of the bed with her mom by her side. She was trembling, she was screaming, she was angry, she was crying, she was inconsolable. Sometimes she was like in a rage. It was like a very dramatic scene, you know. Then the communication with the family was difficult during that time.
At this point, I'd like to pull up part of your note from October 7th and highlight one portion of it for the jury. This can be found at Joint Exhibit 1001-51, Clay. And we're going to be highlighting, it's in the first third of the page, we're going to highlight the history of present illness, a pain assessment, all the way down to medication request. And Dr. Dolan, if you could please read that. I have a couple of follow-ups for you. Okay.
The whole thing?
Yeah, please, just take a moment to read it.
Read it to yourself.
Read it to yourself while the jury reads it, and I'll follow up.
Yeah, I was going to say. I finished.
Okay. In addition to Maya Kowalski's treatment with Dr. Hanna, did you also come to learn a little bit more about her past medical treatments with ketamine? And if so, please tell the jury what those were.
Yes, I was told that she was taken for a ketamine coma to Mexico twice.
Had you ever heard of a ketamine coma prior to October 7th of 2016?
No, never.
Was there another medication request that the mother made on October 7th of 2016 for you to consider?
She asked me to put a caudal catheter, and she also asked me for an intrathecal clonidine infusion. An intrathecal clonidine pump.
Can you describe that for the jury, what an intrathecal clonidine pump is, where it goes, what it does, that type of thing?
So an intrathecal pump is a little device, but that device has a catheter that it is placed surgically into the space surrounding the central nervous system. The brain and the spine are part of the nervous system. And the brain and the spine is surrounded by a fluid that is called the CSF, the cerebrospinal fluid. And that catheter goes, the idea is that it goes into that fluid. And then that little pump, it will infuse that medication or whatever medication you decide to give. Those are more or less the basis of the procedure. It's an invasive procedure in the CSF. It has important risk, meningitis, severe infection, migration of the catheter, obstruction of the CSF. That CSF is constantly flowing around your brain and your spine, and those devices can obstruct the flow. The other thing that it could also happen is that the pump malfunctions, and it can give an overdose of the drug, or that it can create, because it's a foreign body that is not supposed to be there, also the body tries to reject it, and it can produce something that is called a granuloma, which can also obstruct the flow of the CSF.
Did at any point you advise Mrs. Kowalski about what you thought about the intrathecal clonidine pump she was requesting?
Yes, I told her that we didn't recommend it and that we didn't do that at our institution. And if she wanted to have that done, she would have to look for another place.
Were you willing to help her find another institution that perhaps would place an intrathecal clonidine pump?
Yeah. Yes.
So my understanding is you came up with a treatment plan, both in the short term to deal with Maya's acute pain and both a long term to deal with her pain problem. Why don't you tell the jury what type of treatment plan you came up for to treat the acute pain issue Maya was experiencing on October 7th?
So
Injection, leading, compound, sustained.
Did you have a short-term plan to treat Maya's acute pain on October 7th? And if so, please tell the jury.
So we had an acute situation. She came very agitated. She came with severe generalized pain. She hasn't eaten or drinking for more than 5 days. She was demonstrating signs of withdrawal also and toxicity. So we needed to treat those three things: the pain, then the agitation, and then the toxicity and the withdrawal. And also we needed to stabilize her.
So what did you choose to do for the acute pain, what I'll call the short-term plan?
So we had a discussion with the parents and also with the PQ team, and we came out together with a plan.
And why don't you describe for the jury what that plan consisted
So the
of?
plan was to treat her pain. So I used an infusion of ketamine at a lower doses, normal therapeutic ranges. So I planned to start with that. With that, the logic was that I was treating the pain and I was also helping with the withdrawal symptoms, and I was weaning her medication. Then the other medication that I added, it is called propofol, which is a pure sedative anesthetic medication that was purely for the agitation. And the plan was to just have it for the initial time, like for 4 hours. And then I added another medication that is called Precedex, which is also an analgesic, so it helps with the pain, but this is a medication that we heavily rely to treat symptoms of withdrawal. It treats the agitation and helps us with the withdrawal symptoms.
Did you also formulate a plan to treat Maya's pain issues on a longer-term basis once you got the immediate pain under control?
So I also informed the parents that the standard of care in the pediatric population.
Sustained.
Can you just tell the jury what long-term plan you came up with without reference to any standard of care issues?
So the treatment for pediatric anesthesia for CRPS in the pediatric.
Sustained.
Can you just tell them what you decided to do in terms of a plan for Maya Kowalski's long-term pain treatment?
After she will come out of the unit, the plan was for physical therapy, occupational therapy, and cognitive behavioral therapy.
And why was it that you chose that plan of action for Maya's pain disorder?
Objection. Sustained.
Did Mrs. Kowalski respond at all to your recommendation for psychiatric involvement?
No, she actually got really upset. Both of them got very upset. She at some point they used foul language, but she also said, "We are not crazy. We don't need that." I said, "It's not that I believe that you are crazy. It is that you are living with the burden of a chronic condition, and you and your family need the coping mechanism to help with this process."
Now, what was your understanding of Maya Kowalski's diagnosis when she came in to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital as determined by outside physicians?
That she had CRPS. She was diagnosed by an outside physician with CRPS. We took it as the truth. and we start managing it.
So when you began your management of Maya Kowalski, you did so with the belief that she had CRPS.
Correct. We accepted the outside facility, the outside doctor diagnosis.
And after October 7th, did you have an opportunity to provide care and treatment for Maya Kowalski a few days later?
Yes, I took care of her again on Sunday.
Okay, and that would have been October 9th?
Correct.
What do you remember about that interaction with Maya Kowalski and her family?
Objection, calls for narrative.
Sustain. You could break it up.
Yeah, do you have an independent recollection of your care and treatment of Maya Kowalski on October 9th?
She was doing better. She was calmer. I was able to talk to her. I was able to perform an examination. I felt that she was doing better.
What do you mean when you say she was doing better?
She wasn't agitated. She wasn't restless. She didn't have the palpitations. Like at the beginning, the first day, she was saying, "I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm dying." On Sunday, it was completely different. My nurse practitioner and me, we were able to have the chat that you can have with a 10-year-old.
Now, as of Sunday, October 9th, was Maya Kowalski still receiving infusions of some medications at that point?
Yes.
And which medications was she receiving as of Sunday, the 9th?
Well, propofol was only for the first 4 hours, but we were still on ketamine and Precedex.
On October 9th, did you come up with a weaning plan for Maya Kowalski?
Yeah, actually, the winning plan we came up with the winning plan from the very beginning, from October the 7th.
How do you describe to the jury what a weaning plan is and why you did it here for Maya Kowalski?
A winning plan is to progressively start going down on the medications that the patient is receiving. Why? Because these medications that generate tolerance or that can generate dependence, those medications, if you stop them suddenly, then the patient can have a reaction because their body has gotten used to get those particular medications.
Okay. I'd like to show you a snippet of your note from October 9 of 2016. Can be found at Joint Exhibit 1001-630. Please, Clay. And we're going to look right here at the middle of the page. There's a paragraph kind of smack dab in the middle, and we're looking at the very last sentence that starts with, "We plan to start weaning IV." If you would please highlight that so the jury can read. Dr. Dolan, do you see the portion that's being highlighted here in your note?
Yes.
Is this line here a fair and accurate representation of the weaning schedule you were just discussing for the jury?
Correct.
And what was Mr. and Mrs. Kowalski's agreement regarding the weaning schedule that was in place?
The weaning agreement, actually that conversation was done in PICU, in the Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. Mr. Kowalski was present, but Mrs. Kowalski was over the phone.
And both parents agreed to this weaning plan?
Correct.
At a certain point on October 9th, did you have an opportunity to learn about Maya Kowalski's eating prior to her arrival at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I knew that she had not eaten or drinking anything for at least 5 days.
And I'd like to show you a nursing note from October 9th that touches on that topic. And is it my understanding that you regularly rely on nursing notes when you're providing care?
Yes.
Okay. Clay, can you please put up Joint Exhibit 1001-2718, please? And I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom third of this. It is a text note from October 9, 2016 by a nurse, Christina Noblet, at 0600, at 6 in the morning. Can you highlight where it starts? Patient also stated in the room. Under R46, yes. Well, based on your review of this note, what was Maya's eating history prior to her arrival at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I knew that she wasn't eating. I knew that she wasn't drinking. I knew that she had severe abdominal pain. And if you ask me about what I remember from that day, I remember being sitting at the nurse station in PICU, and I saw the nurse that was taking care of her. She was all excited, and she said, "Oh, Maya wants to eat a donut," and she was all happy.
Why don't we move on to the end of your note here? At the very end, you have an anesthesiologist note. We can find that at 633, Clay. And based on your review of this note from October 9th, did Maya seem more comfortable on the 9th than she did when you saw her back on the 7th?
Definitely.
And is that something you put in your note?
Yes.
Did her appetite seem to have improved on October 9th versus when she came in on October 7th?
Well, she said she wanted to eat. At the end, she didn't, but I know she wanted.
And I see here at the bottom of your note, tomorrow we will start weaning the infusions. Do you see that?
Yes.
And is that a reference to the weaning schedule you were talking about with the jury a little earlier?
Correct.
All right. And I also see a reference here about facilitating a transfer to Nemours Children's Hospital in Orlando. Do you recall anything about the transfer of Maya Kowalski to Orlando?
Yes. I know the mom was interested on going to Orlando because they had a CRPS program, and at that point in time, if you see, I said I also provided the family a list of institutions with more resources for her type of condition. We didn't have the amount of we didn't have the resources to provide the amount of physical therapy that she needed. And we didn't have the resources also to provide the psychological support. We didn't have a psychology dedicated for chronic pain. We did have a psychologist, but she had a full outpatient clinic. So that's why I told them I agree with transferring to Nemours.
Now, as of October 9th, had you stopped the propofol administration?
Yes, the propofol was only for 4 hours, the initial 4 hours.
So that didn't continue past October 7th?
No.
Did you advise the family about whether you were going to escalate medications further or begin to taper them down?
Objection, leading.
What do you recall telling the Kowalskis about whether medication would continue to be escalated?
Well, I remember being called multiple times because the family wanted me to keep on going up on the drugs, and actually during Saturday when I was available by phone but I was not present in the hospital, one of the other pediatric anesthesiologists called me.
Okay. Yeah, you can't talk about what anybody told you. During this October 9th visit with Maya Kowalski, did you have a chance to observe her physically?
Yes.
Did you notice any dystonia?
No.
Did you see any findings that were inconsistent with allodynia?
Hard to say at that moment because I really didn't press on it because of how agitated she was, so I didn't want it to precipitate anything.
Now, my understanding is after October 9th, the next time you encountered Maya Kowalski would have been November 1st of 2016. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during that period of time from October 9th to November 1st, were there other members of Johns Hopkins pain team that were tending to Maya, even if you weren't?
Yes.
And who were some of the individuals that were involved with helping to treat Maya's pain in that roughly month period of time?
I know for sure Dr. Richard Elliott, but we were, at that point, we were 5 of us that did pediatric pain. So any of the others, one of the pediatric doctors was on maternity leave, so we were 4.
Now, I got a little ahead of myself. I jumped forward to November 1st, but I meant to ask you about the use of a medication called Haldol. Do you recall back around October 12 and October 13, the pain service administering Haldol to Maya Kowalski on 3 different occasions?
Yes. Haldol is a medication that is widely used in the intensive care settings, and we use it specifically for agitation. And it's indicated for the treatment of toxicity or withdrawal symptoms of ketamine, alcohol, PCP, amphetamines. So that was the indication. But she only got 3 doses in a 48 hours period, and we discontinued the medication once we didn't need it anymore. And again, it was like a bridge between we are winning her, you don't need to give more of the same medication, you are trying to win the patient. So then we use that as a anxiolytic.
So at the point that Haldol was given, the wean had been completed?
We had finished with, I'm sure, ketamine. Yes.
And so why did the pain team decide at this point Haldol was a good option for about a 48-hour period?
Well, the example I want to... The example so that you can understand me is like if you are coming out of, let's say that you are an alcoholic and you're coming out of a detox.
So you said that the Haldol was used as a bridge. What did you mean by that?
Well, we are weaning her from all these medications. When you are weaning a patient from medications, they can show symptoms of...
Yeah, approach for further question. I apologize. Dolan, I would like to show you right now what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 1001. 1306, 1343, and 1345. And while we're pulling that up, I'll represent to you, this is a medication administration record. The first one is from October 12 of 2016. Can you please highlight the entry that says Haldol, please, Clay? Dr. Dolan, based on your review of this record here, can you please give me the date and time that Haldol IV was administered to Maya Kowalski on October 12th?
At 2:46 p.m., 1 milligram of Haldol for agitation.
Okay. Now, moving to 1343, I'd like to show you another IV Haldol administration on October 12, 2016. And you can see this at the very, very bottom. It's the last portion of this medication administration. Dr. Dolan, based on your review of this medication administration record, what was the second time that Haldol was administered to Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins?
At 8:35 p.m.
And that was on October 12th?
October 12, 1 milligram.
And then we'll go to the third time, which can be found at 1345. This will be at the very top. So please highlight that, Clay. And this again is Haldol IV. What was the date and time, Dr. Dolan, that Haldol was administered for the third time?
4 a.m., October 13, 1 milligram.
Based on your review of the All Children's Hospital medical records, did you locate any other administrations of Haldol in the All Children's Hospital chart other than the three we just went through?
No.
Now, I told you that we were going to get to the November 1st visit, so we're there now. This was now your third visit with Maya Kowalski. What do you recall, if anything, about your third visit with Maya on November 1st?
Objection narrative.
Do you have a recollection of your November 1st visit with Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
Objection narrative.
How did Maya appear on November 1st of 2016?
She was sad. She was missing her family.
Okay. Did you take any steps to try to help her out because she was feeling down that day?
Yes. I asked her how could I help her. What can I do to help you? How can I make it better? And she said that she wanted to interact with kids of her age. So I immediately called Child Life, and I asked them to please use young volunteers because to interact with Maya. And I also told them to step up their game and to involve her in everything and all kind of activities. Whatever activities they could involve her, I asked them to please have Maya on it.
How did Maya's functionality appear to you on November 1st as compared to when you first saw her approximately a month before?
It was a different child. Even though she was sad, she was able to participate in conversation. Her vital signs were normal. She didn't seem to be in any distress.
And my understanding is you had another visit with Maya Kowalski the next day on November 2nd of 2016. Is that correct?
Correct.
At this point, did you come to learn that she was participating more in child life services at this point?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as of this date, Dr. Dolan, and I think you touched on this earlier, did Johns Hopkins have a comprehensive inpatient multidisciplinary team to treat CRPS?
We didn't at that time.
And at this point, what was Maya's therapy for her pain disorder consisting of as of November 2nd of 2016?
Can you show me the notes?
Yeah, sure. Clay, if you could put up 1001, 527, 528. Well, is there a particular page? Do you want to see the addenda at the end? Or it's about a 5-page note. So actually, Clay, put up 533, please.
So the active they are there. The page before, please. Oh no, they're there too. So she was getting pregabalin, she was getting acetaminophen, and she had tramadol. Those are pain medications.
Was she receiving any therapies at Johns Hopkins outside of pharmacological therapy?
Yes, she was receiving physical therapy, occupational therapy, and psychological support.
How did Maya seem on November 2nd as compared to November 1st, based on your recollection?
I thought she was doing well. She was engaged. She was participating.
And you had another visit with Maya Kowalski, I believe, on November 4. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you continue to believe that she was making progress as of November 4th?
Correct.
And your next note was November 15 of 2016, if I'm correct. Is that your recollection as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how did Maya seem on November 15th as compared to back in November 2nd?
That day she was solemn, like upset. I remember trying to talk to her like I was doing the previous day, and that day she said that she didn't want to talk to me. That her lawyer said that we were all liars and we were lying to her, and I was not giving her the right treatment. That I wasn't giving her the RDS treatment or the IVG infusions. I remember that.
Did you ever lie to Maya Kowalski?
No, sir.
Were you providing at that point what you believed to be the proper therapy for Maya's pain condition?
Yes.
And if I'm correct here, your last note for Maya Kowalski would have been on November 29 of 2016?
Yes.
And I see in your note that you make a reference to the importance of parents participating in any chronic pain program. Do you remember putting that in your note?
Yes.
Why is it important to have parental participation when trying to address chronic pain in a pediatric patient?
This is standard care.
Sustained.
Based on your care of Maya Kowalski, why did you believe that parental participation in a chronic pain program would be important for Maya?
Same objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to go back in time now to Dr. Hanna's care and treatment of the patient. At any point, did you testified earlier you came to learn, you had an understanding about what Dr. Hanna was doing at his clinic, right?
Correct.
Did you have a chance to review Dr. Hanna's clinic records after you were done caring for Maya Kowalski?
Yes.
What did you come to learn about his infusions on October 6th of 2016 when you reviewed his records?
Objection. May we approach?
Yes, please.
Dr. Dolan, are you familiar with the Johns Hopkins All Children's clinical policy on ketamine infusion? Dr. Dolan, in your experience, is death from pulmonary embolus slow?
Sudden and quick.
Please agree. Sustained.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Dolan.
I'm just gonna probably half an hour. I know I'm limited on time, but I don't know if we want to take a break now or continue.
Are you all good to go for half an hour plus whatever additional questions will come up?
Afternoon, Dr. Dolan. Did I hear you testify that Maya did not receive propofol after October 7th?
Not to my recollection.
Will we please put up 1001-1294? You see the top entry there, propofol on October 8th?
Yes.
Please put up 1001-1307.
Can I explain?
No. There's no pending question.
She's allowed to explain.
You have, redirect, the question was not proceedings for the
Thank you. October 13th, propofol.
For anesthesia care.
Propofol. On the 13th,
For anesthesia care.
6 days
So
after the
she had a
7th.
procedure,
6 days after the 7th.
but she had a procedure.
Did you testify that she did not receive propofol after October 7th?
Not to my recollection.
Your recollection was incorrect.
You gotta let me explain.
Was your recollection incorrect?
The propofol that she received was not part of the weaning. This is a second encounter where the patient was undergoing general anesthesia. So it was not part of the weaning treatment.
You didn't testify to that detail in your direct, did you? 1001-1309. Propofol on the 14th.
That's again for anesthesia event.
So you testified.
That's my nurse anesthetist.
Okay. You testified she received it on 1 day, but she received it on 4 days.
For different purposes.
Now, Dr. Dolan, you're not just any other physician, right? In terms of Johns Hopkins and your roles there. You have been the corporate representative in this courtroom multiple days, have you not?
Correct.
So what you say binds Johns Hopkins. Are you aware of that?
I don't know what you are trying to imply.
Sustained.
All right. What you say is the position of Johns Hopkins as the corporate representative.
Sustained.
How many days have you attended trial here as the corporate representative?
I'm not sure, like 4.
What testimony have you heard?
Me approach, please.
Which witness's testimony have you observed as the corporate representative?
I observed Dr. Cantu. I observed last Friday. I observed the neuropsychologist from Tampa. I don't know her name. I observed the deposition of Dr. Hannah, the video. I observed Dr. Kilpatrick testimony. Those are the main ones I remember.
Were you here when your colleague, Dr. Richard Elliott, testified?
No,
Have you discussed his testimony with him?
no.
Now, in addition to being the corporate representative on several days, you're also not just any other physician because you serve on hospital committees. I heard you testify to that in your direct, but you left an important one out. As of 2016, you were on the medical executive committee of the hospital, were you not?
It's possible, but I don't remember exactly.
You don't remember if you were on the medical executive committee in 2016?
I know I was a member of the medical executive committee. I don't remember if it was in 2016.
Please put up 2142-001. All right, I'm going to read off names. If you, Mr. Reyes, please highlight as I go. Joseph Perno, first one. Anthony Napolitano, fourth.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. Take both, please.
Mr. Whitney. Dr. Jenny Dolan is about 4 down from Napolitano. Dr. Michelle Smith. Were you here for Dr. Michelle Smith's testimony?
No.
Dr. Suzanne Jackman.
No.
You're aware that she treated her on Maya's previous hospitalizations at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
I think so, yes.
Diana Young.
I wasn't aware.
Mark Cabot.
Yes.
If you could scroll down a bit, please. Anthony Kreisman.
Yes.
Ex officio members, Dr. Dipti Amin.
Yes.
Is Dr. Amin with us today
Correct.
as the corporate representative?
Yes.
Jonathan Ellen, the president, served on that committee with you. And Mark Stroud, the chairman of the board. Does this refresh your recollection that you were on the medical executive committee as of 2016?
I knew I was part of the medical executive committee, but that committee got dissolved and I didn't know in which year. So that's why I said I don't remember if it's 2016.
Now, were you here for either Dr. Perno's or Dr. Napolitano's depositions when those were played for the jury?
No.
Yourself, Dr. Michelle Smith, Dr. Diane Young, Dr. Mark Cabot, and Dr. Amin. 5 of you were on the team during Maya's 3-month hospitalization, were you not?
Yes.
And the other 2 that I didn't mention there, Dr. Jackman and Dr. Kreisman, had seen Maya on multiple previous occasions before this October admission, right?
Yes.
How many times had Maya been an inpatient at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in 2015 and 2016 before October 7th?
Objection.
I don't have that. I don't know exactly how many times.
Rule that
You weren't aware that she was an inpatient on 4 previous occasions.
I knew she was an inpatient at least once. I didn't know specifically how many times.
And you were aware that she had been there on an outpatient basis 16 previous times.
Objection, foundation?
No.
You, Dr. Dolan, saw her for the first time on October 7th, right?
I think so.
All right, just for a moment, if you could put up Trial Exhibit 2143-001. And this is the 2017 Medical Executive Committee. Were you still on it, Dr. Dolan?
Yes.
So you testified a few minutes ago that your memory was foggy because it had dissolved, but it hadn't dissolved by 2016 or 2017.
Objection, argument,
Sustained.
Sustained.
Had the Medical Executive Committee dissolved in 2017?
Based on this paper, not yet.
So during Maya's hospitalization, you served both years on the Medical Executive Committee. If we could put up Joint Exhibit 1079-0028, please. And I'll represent to you, Dr. Dolan, this is the All Children's Hospital Medical Staff Bylaws. And on the page I've got in front of you here, we're discussing the duties and scope of the Medical Executive Committee. If we go down further to 7.1-2, please, let's talk about the responsibilities of the Medical Executive Committee. C includes providing a liaison between the medical staff and the CEO of the hospital. Right?
Overruled.
Yes.
You agree that's the function, one of the functions of the Medical Executive Committee?
Correct.
And D, make recommendations to the CEO and board on hospital management. Correct?
Correct.
And during Maya's hospitalization, 5 physicians who served on the Medical Executive Committee were part of her team.
Objection, outside the scope of direct. Rule.
Right?
Correct.
I'm going to show you a number of records over the next 15 or 20 minutes. And I want to give you the opportunity to point out some things in your notes if I missed them, because you testified to things that I believe are not in your notes. So, if you see trembling in any of your notes, which you described on direct, please let me know, okay?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Whitney.
You understand, Dr. Dolan?
Yes.
All right. If you see dark circles describing Maya's eyes at the time of admission in your records, as I show them to you, please stop me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you see rage mentioned in your note anywhere, please let me know.
Remember, the question was about recollection.
Ma'am, do you understand? If you see those 3 terms, phrases in your note, to stop me.
Okay.
All right. Also, you testified on direct examination in reference to Beata and Maya Kowalski that they used foul language.
Correct.
So I'd like you to, I know you entered a note about Maya using profanity, right?
What did you say?
You entered a note about Maya using profanity?
I don't remember.
Okay. If at any point during the next 15 to 20 minutes you see a note where you mention Beata Kowalski using profanity, please stop me. Also, I'd like you to look for anything where you suggested in your note that Maya said anything to the effect of, I'm going to have a heart attack.
Okay.
Compound, argumentative.
We agree on compound. I'm going to overrule argumentative.
Would you please identify for me in your records, if you see it, anywhere you see Maya say, I'm going to have a heart attack?
Okay.
And would you also identify in your records anywhere you say, Maya said, I'm dying? So you were involved in October, on October 7th and October 9th, correct?
Correct.
And your plan, as discussed with Jack and Beata Kowalski, was to wean Maya off the medications
Correct.
and discharge her early the next week.
Yes.
That was the plan.
Yes.
That's the plan they agreed to.
Yes.
You, Dr. Dolan, were not involved as that week progressed. So let's give everyone a point of reference. October 7th was a Friday.
Mm-hmm.
October 9th was a Sunday. The plan that was agreed to was to wean her off of medications and then discharge her early the next week, which would be Monday the 10th, Tuesday or the 11th, correct?
I don't know when.
All right. You weren't the attending anesthesiologist for Maya Kowalski during that Monday to Friday, critical Monday to Friday, 10th through the 13th.
I was not.
All right. So, you don't know, or do you, upon your review of the records, that when the parents attempted to discharge their daughter against medical advice, security was notified?
No.
You're not aware of that?
No.
May I put up for a moment 1001-0062?
Check the foundation here, Your Honor, having a comment on whether this is another individual when he wasn't even on service.
I believe there was testimony she regularly relies on other nurses' notes and physician notes. Do you regularly rely on the notes of the critical care physicians on the multidisciplinary team?
Same objection.
Thank you. All right, so your testimony is that Maya used profanity.
Correct.
So what?
It was part of my observations of the things that happened. That's it.
Does that mean that the hospital could ignore her pain?
Not at all, and that was not the case.
Does that mean that the hospital could then take her off her pain meds?
She was never taken off other pain medications. The only medication we removed was ketamine.
You're not aware that she was taken off all of her pain medications?
Not all of them, no.
You're not aware that Dr. Deese and Dr. Smith decided to take her off all of her pain medications?
No.
Since she cussed, does that mean that the hospital could lie to her about her mom being in a mental institution?
Since the fact's not
Those
there.
are your observations.
I'll sustain the argument of
Since she cussed, does that mean that the hospital could covertly videotape her for 48 hours?
Same objection.
overruled.
That has nothing to do one thing to the other.
I'm just wondering what it has to do with. What's so important about Maya using profanity on October 7th when she was in severe distress?
That was an observation of my recollection of that day. That was part of my observations of that day.
Because Maya Kowalski allegedly swore on October 7th when she was in acute pain, did that mean that the hospital could strip her down to her training bra and take photographs?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
No.
Did that mean, because she swore, that the hospital could retaliate against Maya Kowalski for the next 97 days?
She was
also
not.
lack of foundation.
Sustain that.
You spent, as a physician, less than 3 hours with Mike Kowalski, right?
No, quite. On that Friday, I didn't leave the hospital until past midnight. So I left the hospital like early Saturday morning. I remember Dr. Bose called me around 10 something or 11 p.m. To the bedside. And throughout the day, I was in and out of that room, beginning from, I will say, after noon or 1 p.m. So I was multiple times in that room.
I said 3 hours. What would your estimate be of the total time you spent with Mike Kowalski?
I don't know, maybe 4, or just on the first day.
4 hours in day one.
More or less.
All right. In total, over the 97 days that Mike Kowalski was at All Children's Hospital during that admission, how many hours do you estimate you spent with him?
What did you say?
How many hours do you estimate you spent with Mike Kowalski over those 3 months?
I think in average for a chronic pain patient, we spend around at least 35 minutes.
So in total, 4 hours on the first day, and then 35 minutes on subsequent encounters?
More or less.
Would you estimate then, 7 hours total?
Approximately.
Less than one shift with Mike Kowalski over those 3 months?
Yes.
And you're not a psychologist or psychiatrist, right?
Correct.
And you wouldn't claim that I spent 7 hours with a child over the course of 3 months gives you a basis to know what's going on in that child's mind, would you?
No.
Let's pull up 1001-0048. And Dr. Dolan, I just want to show you this page to show you that this is your October 7th progress note. Would you agree?
Correct.
And if we could please advance to 1001-0051. At the top of the page, it says diagnosed by Dr. Kirkpatrick in Tampa. You were aware of that by October 7th?
Correct.
Oh, I'd like you to point out at any point in your notes as well, if you can show me anywhere where you tried to compare Maya's signs and symptoms to the Budapest criteria. Now,
Ordering on expert testimony, Your Honor.
Are you familiar with the Budapest criteria
Correct.
as a treating physician?
Yes.
Will you please point out to me if you, in any of your notes, tried to stack up her signs and symptoms against the Budapest criteria?
Same objection, Your Honor.
On that one, no, it's overruled.
Now, if you could drop that window for a second, because I want to look at the third paragraph down. It says reports, and then go up into ineffective. No discussion of any cognitive, behavioral therapy, or other non-pharmacologic treatment. Is that what that means, non-pharmacologic treatment?
Correct.
And this was your understanding as of your encounter on October 7th.
Correct. That was the information that I had.
You weren't aware that she had been receiving cognitive behavioral therapy at Eagles Wings Counseling Center.
No.
And you weren't aware of her previous non-pharmacologic treatments that you testified to, physical therapy at Tampa General Hospital for a month inpatient?
No. Actually, on Sunday, I learned that she had received physical therapy from having a conversation with Mr. Kowalski, but I didn't know that she had been admitted for a period of time.
And then in the bottom of that paragraph here, it says she was seen by Dr. Hart at that time and am unsure of the follow-up to those recommendations. Dr. Hart is who?
He was a physiatrist from the hospital.
And you were not sure of whether they'd followed up on Dr. Hart's recommendations as of October 7th?
Correct.
Were you aware that he saw her the previous July of 2015?
No.
And so you weren't aware that they did follow up on Dr. Hart's recommendations and attend an inpatient rehab program?
I didn't know it was his recommendation.
So you weren't aware that the first line of treatment that you had testified to earlier today, PT, OT, CBT, had failed Mike Kowalski before they moved to pharmacological treatment options, were you?
No.
I'd like to advance to page 0053. The third paragraph that begins with PICU and pain team agreed on this plan. It says acute flare of pain. You'd agree that Mike Kowalski was undergoing or experiencing an acute flare of pain on October 7th.
Yes.
And that you noted that cognitive behavioral therapy will be a key component to her care.
Correct.
Are you aware that she received between 3 and 5 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy over the next 3 months at the hospital?
As I said before, we didn't have the capacity to provide the amount of cognitive behavioral therapy.
Were you here when Dr. Katzenstein testified?
No.
Were you aware that the reason was she had to run over between appointments and couldn't make time for Mike Kowalski?
I knew she had an outpatient.
Testimony, argumentative. Sustained.
And so the next paragraph, the third line down begins, goal is for discharge early next week. This is the plan that was discussed, right?
Correct.
Monday, Tuesday, discharge.
Whatever time it took us from weaning her from the medication.
And then the plan was to follow up with Dr. Hannah and Lau, Beata and Jack to take their daughter to the clinic they wanted.
Correct.
And even in this early date, October 7th, the next line here at the bottom, PICU, nursing leadership, social work, and risk management were all present. Is risk management making treatment decisions in this hospital?
No.
Argumentative.
Overruled on that one. Social work. Who was there from social work, if you recall?
I don't recall who was there.
Was it Catherine Beatty?
I couldn't tell you if it was her.
Now, if you could zoom out for a second, I want to go to the next paragraph. You were the attending anesthesiologist, right?
Correct.
Member of the medical executive committee.
Yes.
Chief of the anesthesiology department.
Yes.
And you reached out to Dr. Richard Elliott about this issue
Yes.
to seek his opinion.
That's common practice among us. When we have a doubt or when we want to discuss a particular case, that's what we usually do.
He was in his garden when you called him,
I believe so.
and he searched on his phone for whether this treatment was appropriate or not.
I don't think he searched on his phone.
Who was making decisions? Was it you or Dr. Elliott?
It was me, but I also had a conversation with him. At the end of the day, the decisions were made by me with the PQ team.
If we move to the next page, you recount a discussion with Beata. After a long discussion, the mother agreed but refused site consult. See that, doctor?
Correct.
You weren't aware at that point that they'd already seen psychologists at multiple institutions?
No.
Does it make sense knowing that she might refuse a site consult in that context?
Call for speculation.
Not really.
All right. And so you did October 7th and then October 9th, and then my notes are correct. You didn't see the child again until the first part of November.
Correct.
As you sit here today, does Maya Kowalski have complex regional pain syndrome?
It depends on when. That will be the question. What did I think during the time she was with us?
What did you think during the time that she was with you?
At the beginning, I thought she had CRPS. I accepted the diagnosis of the outside physician as the truth, and I treated her for CRPS during all the time, as you can see on my notes.
Mm-hmm. And then?
And then I start seeing inconsistencies on her presentation. And then I had doubts, but I didn't change my approach. I still kept on treating her as if she had CRPS.
So you never refuted the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome?
Correct.
So as we sit here today, complex regional pain syndrome is an uncurable disease. You're aware of that?
Not in the pediatric population.
Complex regional pain syndrome has a cure?
They get on remission.
I'm sorry?
They get on remission. They get better. A big percentage of the pediatric population, they get better. And they may never in their life have another episode of CRPS.
It goes into remission, but it's not cured, is it?
For most of the patients, it is.
It's a lifelong condition, is it not?
Not for most of the patients.
Were you here by chance for the testimony of Dr. Crane, the hospital's complex regional pain syndrome expert?
No.
You're not aware that Dr. Crane testified that 2/3 of pediatric patients will relapse?
Argumentative
No.
foundation, also trying to have her comment on the opinions of another expert.
Sustain us to the last one.
So, at any point during her 97-day hospitalization, did you refute the diagnosis of complex regional pain syndrome?
I did not.
And so, the treatment recommendations you made at the beginning that this patient required significant cognitive behavioral therapy remained accurate throughout.
Correct.
And she received 5 hours.
And I gave you the reasons.
Did you ever... Do you claim to be an expert on complex regional pain syndrome?
Objection, Your Honor. Presence in sidebar.
Did you ever review the neuropsychological consult of Dr. James Lewis?
Same objection.
What time?
It was... I'm sorry. During your November encounters of Maya
When
Kowalski,
was the evaluation?
October 18th.
I don't remember reviewing it.
You, Dr. Dolan, never consulted a pediatric neurologist to rule in or rule out complex regional pain syndrome, did you?
You don't need a pediatric neurologist to rule out or rule in the complex regional pain syndrome.
So you disagree with the findings of Dr. Lewis?
Same objection.
You saw her again on November 15th and November 29th. Do you know who the social worker was in charge of Maya Kowalski's care?
No.
It never came to your attention?
No.
And you testified on direct that Maya stated that she'd been lied to?
Correct.
That was a statement made to you?
Yes.
If we could put up, did you think that was inaccurate, that she was being lied to by the hospital?
I wasn't lying to her, and the comment was directed to me, and that's why I put it in comillas.
Are you aware that that came to the attention of risk management?
No.
Can we put up 2277-248, please?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overruled.
This is a note from the risk management file and evidence. And you'll see there, Maya feels that Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital is lying to her about her mother, and that doctors are lying about her parents. Have you ever seen that note before?
Have
No.
a comment on a note she claims she had no knowledge of.
You just asked if she saw it.
I said no.
And in your role on the medical executive committee, that statement to risk management never came to your attention.
Correct.
And after Maya was discharged in January 2017, at no time did the medical executive committee discuss Maya Kowalski's 97 days in that hospital.
Not that I'm aware of.
There were 5 treating physicians on the committee, and it was never discussed.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
Not that I'm aware of.
When did you learn that Beata Kowalski had taken her own life?
I don't remember the exact date.
Overruled.
I don't remember the exact date. I know that I was supposed to testify that week. I think I don't know the reason for the testimony, but I received an email saying that I was not going to testify anymore. And then I received a phone call from risk management informing me that the mother had died.
And even after you learned this in the first part of 2017, while you were serving on the medical executive committee, the medical executive committee never discussed that this mother patient had taken her own life.
Jack, relevant.
Overruled.
No, but we were treating Maya, not the mother.
Nothing further at the moment.
Dr. Dolan, can you approximate how long the medication weaning Maya Kowalski was on that started approximately October 7th of 2016?
Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah. Can you approximate how long Maya Kowalski's medication wean was at Johns Hopkins starting around October 7th of 2016?
Approximately between 5 to 7 days.
And do you recall some questions about the use of propofol for a procedure?
Correct.
Can you please explain to the jury why propofol is used for various surgical or other invasive procedures?
As I mentioned before, propofol is a pure anesthetic medication. It is used for sedation or to put patients under anesthesia.
So when propofol was used earlier on October 7th, earlier in the admission, why was propofol being used on Maya Kowalski?
To control her agitation. That was the purpose at the beginning. And we started in the middle of the night of the 7th, so that's why you could see that it finished on the 8th. That was the overlapping. I believe it was for 4 hours.
And then later on, about a week later or so, you were shown some records that propofol was used again. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And why was propofol being used at that point of Maya Kowalski's hospitalization?
She had gastric endoscopy. Remember that she arrived with abdominal pain, and that was part of the evaluation, so she had to go under general anesthesia.
And what is an endoscopy?
An endoscopy, they come with a camera. It's like a hose with a camera at the end, and they go through the mouth, and they go all the way down to the stomach to see if they are able to see any pathology.
You recall being asked by Mr. Whitney some questions about Maya Kowalski yelling and screaming earlier in the admission when you were on shift. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Can a patient yelling and screaming be a sign of withdrawal?
Yes.
Objection, foundation, move to strike.
Overruled. Anything else, Mr. Hughes?
No further questions this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr.
Not at this time, no.
Members of the jury, any of you have questions?
Questions coming? No? Okay. Okay, Dr. Dolan, you testified you spent 30 hours with Maya, or 3 hours with Maya and her family. Let me start again. You testified you spent 3 hours with Maya and her family on your first visit. Did you not follow up with questions with the family to see what treatments Maya had prior to coming to the hospital as part of your history?
I did, and the response was that, as I mentioned before, the ketamine treatment, there was no mention of psychological or psychiatric evaluation. I didn't know at that point that she had undergone physical therapy. The first time I heard about the physical therapy was on Sunday by the father, but that was the information that I had that day.
How much formal training had you had in treating CRPS patients prior to treating Maya?
CRPS is a big part of the education as a general anesthesiologist. Is a condition that we encounter with frequency as an adult. I had formal training through my pain rotations, both at Jackson Memorial and at the VA hospital. That in the adult population. In the pediatric population, it is a very uncommon condition, but we see it enough time that it is part also of our education. I have seen patients with CRPS both in the Jackson Memorial and in Miami Children's.
How many CRPS patients had you treated prior to treating Maya?
In average, in the past, we used to see like 7 to 8 CRPS patients a year. Coincidentally, while we had Maya in the hospital, we had, during that period of time, we had 2 other patients. Not the overlapping the whole time, but one of them was in the hospital for a few days. The other one was very brief, no more than 1 day. That was in the past, before we had the CRPS program. Now that we have the CRPS program, we see around 3 to 4 a month, but it's because we see patients from all over the country, not just from our catchment area or the population that we cover.
Mr. Hughes,
I have nothing wrong.
anything further from the jury? Okay, may this doctor be excused?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, I am told we have an approximate 30-ish minute deposition. Do you want to? Sorry, go for it.
We have about an 8-minute deposition and 2 emails to publish, so I'll leave it up to the jury if they want a short break or want to work through another 15 minutes.
So do you want to take a break? Or do you want to do what Mr. Shapiro just said and then you can leave?
15 minutes total, and then we can wrap up.
Well, I have to.
Yeah, well, we can take a short break if it's easy.
I can wait.
You sure?
Well,
take a 5 minute
we've got time. Why don't we take 5 minutes? Yes. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information.
All right. Yours actually.
Sure.
We're going to play a video that I think is under 10 minutes. I'm going to publish 2 emails that'll be 5 minutes or less, and then we're going to shut down for the day.
With the jury.
With the jury. They seem ready to get going to Halloween.
That sounds great.
Okay, Ms. Lawrence, are there any issues we need to address before we bring the jury back?
No.
Let's bring back the jury.
Well, I saw you had papers. I don't know if you were about to raise them.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Not anymore.
Is that correct?
I guess if you lose the light battle, at least you can get to use the bathroom when you want to, right? Ms. Quarles.
Yes, we have a. I think
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask. I want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did not see any media reports.
Correct.
No one approached you.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Quarles, I apologize.
We have a very short deposition. About 10 minutes of Paula Padron. It's actually 2 depths. I'm sorry, 2 depths, so there'll be a short break in between.
Ma'am, could you raise your right hand, please? Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please state your name for the record.
Paola Padron,
And where do you live, Ms. Padron?
Atlanta, Georgia.
When was the last time you worked for J. Hatch?
I want to say December 2017.
And what was your position the last time you were there?
I was the child abuse coordinator with the social work department.
And was that considered a management position?
No.
But so as far as you know, you were not ever management level at Johns Hopkins. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, will the witness please raise your right hand and raise your right hand and please repeat the following declaration for the record. I declare my testimony in this matter is under penalty of perjury.
I declare that my testimony is under.
In this matter is under penalty of perjury.
In this matter is under penalty of perjury.
Thank you. The witness having declared that her testimony in this matter is under penalty of perjury and the parties having stated their agreement for the record, you may proceed.
This is in December now. Let me just ask you for something very frankly. During the time that you saw Maya over this 3-month period, did you see her acting like an abnormal child of faking injuries, faking things, not telling the truth, acting strangely, cussing, crying, any of these, well, maybe not the crying, but any of these allegations against her? Did you personally observe any of that?
I personally did not.
Well, during this period of time, if you had seen Maya have any acting out, let's call it this time, you would have put it in your note, would you not?
Yes.
Then we go to 032320, rather poignant one from December 23rd, 2016. Did you have to work on Christmas?
We were oftentimes on call, and given that I was a new social worker, I wouldn't be surprised because it was kind of the newer social workers covered more so the holidays.
Well, it says this is on December 23rd, 2016 at 12:20. Looks like Maya has been in the hospital about 3 months. Action taken or intervention completed. And then, can you read what it says there?
Yes. You want me to read it out loud?
Please.
Okay. It says this worker dropped off Maya's dresses to her that were delivered by her family for Christmas. Maya appeared in good spirits and showed a lot of excitement for the new dresses. Maya was smiling and happy during this time.
So she liked getting the Christmas gifts, right?
Yes, she was very happy from what I remember. to see her dresses and was holding them.
And the do you remember any more interaction with Maya about Christmas this year?
No, sir.
She had to spend Christmas away from her family?
I don't really recall the details of Christmas for her.
Well, she was still there when you came back after Christmas, right?
Right. I don't remember if her family like went to see her or not.
In your actions with Maya Kowalski, were you trying to inflict emotional distress on her?
Not at all.
Did you ever observe anybody at Johns Hopkins indicating that they wanted to inflict emotional distress on Maya Kowalski?
No.
Generally speaking, when you deal with social workers, is that your impression that they're there to help kids?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to suspect that Kathy Betty was trying to inflict emotional distress on Maya?
No.
Your Honor, we would like to next publish what's in evidence as Defense Exhibit 3160.
If it's in evidence, you may.
And it's an email, Beata Kowalski to Beata Kowalski, February 2nd, 2016.
Anyone need more time? Okay. Mr. Shapiro?
Sure. One more, Your Honor, 3164, which is in evidence.
Anyone need more time?
I guess to quote the name of the store, in the spirit of Halloween, we're going to conclude our presentation for today and pick back up tomorrow.
Okay. Members of the jury, this is going to be a time that we're going to excuse you for today. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation. Receive no information. Remember, tomorrow is a day that will be the last day of your being with us this week. So you will not be here Thursday or Friday. Okay. We will see you on tomorrow at 9 a.m.
All right.
Okay. The jury's out of our presence. Everyone, please be seated. Actually, sorry. Can I see the attorneys up here for a moment? Are there other issues that we need to address today ourselves here?
No, has there been a determination on Richards yet? Or Newberger?
Yeah, who are they calling, Judge? That would be helpful to know for rebuttal.
Dr. Newberger tried to call me at lunch, but I didn't have time to discuss. He indicated last Friday that he should be well enough to give some Zoom testimony this week. I'll email defense counsel tonight once I learn the answer to that. Dr. Richards, I don't know, that's a Mr. Anderson question.
Like by 6, 7? We gotta prepare.
Yeah, absolutely. By 6 or 7, we'll have answers on Richards and Newberger.
How about no later than 6?
Okay, no later than 6, we'll have answers on those.
And let's talk about what's happening tomorrow.
Oh, we have 2 witnesses, Judge, 2 nurses. We don't anticipate, they're not PICU nurses. We don't anticipate them being particularly long on direct, depending on the cross. That's why we think we should be done before noon. And then we have a short, 10 minutes or less of the.
Yeah, we have about 10 minutes of testimony that we were going to publish.
Of the plaintiffs.
15 minutes would probably be on the one. It's under 20, whether it's 8 minutes or 12 minutes or 15. It's in that range.
So we don't see any reason why we would be closing, hopefully before noon. Resting.
Depending on the cross.
Depending on the cross of the nurses.
And besides the 2 that we just talked about before 6, you've got Maya Kowalski, Jack Kowalski,
Dr. Corcoran, Dr. Newberger, maybe Dr. Lynch. There's someone else I'm forgetting. That's all I would call at the moment. But again, if there's any change to that, we will let them know by 6 p.m. I think that's the complete roster.
We are going to ask for very brief proffers. I mean, I don't want to waste the court's time now about it because I have difficulty envisioning what Dr. Richards could talk about in rebuttal since we didn't call a psychiatrist. But, so anyway.
And how many more exhibits does the
There's just a couple.
defense have?
But seriously, I'm going to withdraw 3228. We're not adding any more to this list, to my knowledge, Judge. So I think
we should be. My suggestion will be top, but we could be here by 8:30.
I think if we were here at 8:30, we can easily deal with exhibits. And by then, we hope to have. We're going to try and have at least to the plaintiff the completed exhibit,
the Excel sheet,
understand it, chart, and then we are going to want to confirm, and maybe we could do that Thursday. I don't know if we'll do it Thursday morning. We are going to want to confirm what we have in. Just confirm that we have the correct understanding of what's in and what's not. When would we do that, Judge?
Well, Thursday morning, I'm going to be sitting here doing jury instructions.
Right.
So, so long as you're quiet, I don't mind. I don't know if they're going to be willing to do that while I'm doing jury instructions or not. Otherwise, perhaps after that. Are the plaintiffs going to have any other exhibits in their rebuttal case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we have a list, and have you provided it to the defense?
We will have a list. Ms. Lawrence and I were discussing that, and we'll have that to them this evening.
By what time?
8 p.m.
Can we try it by 7?
All right. 7 p.m.
Thank you. Before the sun goes down. How about that?
We'll take 7.
I don't think that's Southern anymore.
Well, we have to trick or treat.
Okay.
Well, the exhibits could be.
And then
leave that out.
I didn't hear the Kushners on your list. Are they not?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you. Ms. Kushner and Mr. Anderson's at home. I don't know if he's been able to make contact with her, but yes, to the extent we can get her here, we will call her for the part of the testimony that was discussed.
Okay, is she live?
I don't know the answer, not having been there to prep this afternoon.
So it's either going to be live or by Zoom, it sounds like.
Can I ask, maybe council can connect with Mr. Anderson briefly? Maybe he knows the answers to some of these questions, and then we'd have them a lot earlier.
Sure, I'll be right back. That's helpful.
Why don't you put him on speakerphone?
All right. All right. Well, he doesn't know how to use Do Not Disturb, so we're going to get his voicemail first, and I'm going to try again. But here we go.
I just thought he might know the answers to these questions.
Polly says she talked to Greg.
I guess Alina Kushner will be here live. Hey, Greg. Everyone's asking to hear from you.
Tell him he's on speaker.
Hold on. We're here in the courtroom, and you're on speakerphone. The question, I think, we just learned that Alina Kushner will be here live, correct?
Correct.
And then Dr. Richards, are we planning to call him tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. I have Dr. Newberger, Dr. Richards, Dr. Corcoran, Alina Kushner, Maya, and Jack. I think that's the complete list, right?
At this point, it's the complete list. We have some options here and there, but we've run out of time, I believe. So I can't promise that we won't substitute or put another person in.
Hey, Greg.
In other words,
Greg, let me cut you off. The ruling is we have to tell them by 6 p.m. this evening.
all right, here it is. If we can't get Newberger, Chopra is going to do it.
All right, and we'll have that answer by 6 p.m.
As soon as we get in touch with Eli.
All right. Anything else?
That's the big.
Chopra's going to do what?
The question is, what is Dr. Chopra going to do is a question from the court.
Dr. Chopra will rebut the ketamine, that there are addictive properties and withdrawals, mostly withdrawal symptoms as the ketamine, and refute that. He will also talk about refuting at least one of the doctor's testimony as to the method in which they took care of Maya. And you're going to ask me specifically what it is. I don't know that right now. He just mentioned to me that he had an opinion on it.
Judge, can I ask the court? My understanding of rebuttal is that it's to rebut new evidence. It's not to come back in and repeat your opinions that you've already testified to. You don't get to come in and repeat your case.
I tend to agree with Ms. Corrales.
That's really the heart of the dilemma, is it not? Because on one hand, I can't just simply come in and repeat my case, but on the other hand, if I introduce anything new, then I'm being accused of hiding things. So the best I can do is put on my witnesses and ask the questions. And I'm sure that the defense will object if there's anything objectionable, and the court will rule. Other than that, I can't do anything about it.
Judge, that's why we're saying.
This is not an advisory ruling, but my general view of rebuttal is you are rebutting an issue that was raised by the defense, and it's not a let me say what I've already said again.
Oh, yeah. You've made that clear, Judge. You've made that absolutely clear.
And I intend on, and if you attempt to just do that, I will sustain. So, be targeted with what you're doing.
Yes, sir. You've made it very plain on both my deadline in terms of time and what you expect in terms of rebuttal. I will tell the court, though, please keep in mind the horns of a dilemma for me in terms of rebutting things. Witnesses tell me things after they see the defense's case, and I want to put them on. Did I know them at that time? Well, I did know to ask the question to get whatever the information is out of them. But I am limiting that as much as I possibly can to things that are directly in rebuttal to what they want.
Judge, it's not because you forgot to ask a question either. It's I'll leave it at that, Judge.
Mr. Anderson, if I may inquire, who's live versus who's by Zoom?
Chopra would be by Zoom. I think Corcoran would be by Zoom.
Corcoran will be live.
Yeah, Corcoran will be live. Okay. Then Maya and Jack will be live, and Elena Kushner will be live.
And Richards?
How about
He'll be live.
live? Okay.
Okay, what was the time consumption of Paula Padron?
I just had it, Judge. I lost the note.
She was under 10 minutes. You can give it all to us.
Greg, I'm going to let you go. You need anything from Mr. Anderson? You got Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll give 5 minutes of defense on that and 0 to the plaintiff.
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, at this point in time, the plaintiff's consumed an hour and they're at 59 hours, 25 minutes. The defense consumed 2 hours, 40 minutes, and at 41 hours, 20 minutes.
That's why we picked.
And are we going to be able to wrap the rebuttal case tomorrow?
Yeah.
Did I hear that the court, we need to be out by 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock's today.
Tomorrow we can go.
Tomorrow we have jury instructions after we finish with court time, and I'm assuming whatever person is filing DV motions will be addressed at that time as well.
Judge,
I mean,
I would suggest it has to be done tomorrow.
we really need to get all evidence in tomorrow.
Well, if they rest before lunch and mid-morning, perhaps we understand the 2.5 hour limit for our case. Absolutely.
Yes.
We cannot control the cross-examination.
They understand that.
It seems doable, but I can't promise.
Well, we're going to make it.
Well, Judge, my point is witnesses need to be here and ready and stacked up and ready to go.
I agree. We really need to finish all evidence. I need to be hearing both sides saying, I rest. I rest.
Yes.
Before we walk out the door tomorrow. That really needs to happen.
Yep. Loud and clear, Judge.
Mr. Hunter.
Just briefly, Judge, I spoke with the clerk's office a day or two ago, and I'm sure they'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood that we can cart off unused extraneous exhibits while the jury is deliberating after getting them from downstairs.
I just don't know which path we're going to be able to do, because I'm not going to want people going by where the jury is, and that would include, big parts of.
Right. Is that still? I have no idea what the floor plan was.
Well, but it's going to mean either going through a courtroom or maybe out the hallway at the end, and then they'd have to use the elevator, the public elevator.
Judge, I saw the second DCA is going to be here.
Next Thursday, the second DCA will be here for oral argument.
Where? I hear.
They will be in this building for coffee with the court in the morning. They will be seated for their oral arguments in the county commission chamber.
Oh, okay. I was envisioning this courtroom being taken over. Okay.
Originally, that was the plan, but it's going to be the county commission chamber.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
I just want to talk with the clerks, Judge.
That's fine. Anything else for me before I'm out of here?
No.
Okay, have a good afternoon. Happy Halloween for those who are going to go trick or treating.